Le gabotse premier.
I'm okay. Emishile Sufiratura.
Ah, ra leka.
Mulato.
Hey, molato kwa Bob Mabena. Hey.
Yeah, no, that's bad. That's
Le
sad.
gabotse premier.
I'm okay. Emishile
That
Sufiratura.
is very bad.
Mulato.
When I listen, we cover mail. I know that's bad. That's sad.
Are you well?
Emishile Sufiratura.
That is very bad.
I am fine, MEC.
Mulato.
When I listen, we cover mail. I know that's bad.
Are you well?
Emishile
That
Sufiratura.
is very bad.
I am fine, MEC.
Mulato.
When I listen, we cover mail. I know that's bad.
Are you well?
Emishile Sufiratura.
Find yourself.
I am fine, MEC.
I'm sure you'll be fine one day.
One day we cover
Morning, MEC.
Are you well?
How's it, MEC?
Find yourself.
I am fine, MEC.
I'm sure you'll be fine one day.
Doet u met jezelf?
One day we cover
Very soon, voice here.
Are you well?
How's it, MEC?
Find yourself.
I am fine,
I'm
MEC.
sure you'll be fine one day.
Doet u met jezelf?
One day we cover
Very soon, voice here. How's it, MEC?
I am fine, MEC.
Doet u met jezelf? How's it, MEC?
I am fine, MEC.
Doet u met jezelf? How's it, MEC?
I am fine, MEC.
Doet u met jezelf?
Other ailments, but also other problems as well. Can you all stand up? Thank you. We may all be seated. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, but also indicate that, Premier, we are happy that you have fully recovered. We'll continue praying for you and other members who have taken ill due to COVID, but also all our families. In my family already, we have a death in the family. My aunt, the elder sister to my mother who was staying with me, but also my mother is recovering. But I want to thank all of you for having sent us messages of support, but also your prayers, at least knowing that we have friends and extended families in you, made us even stronger. And I hope that we'll continue giving support to all our members. But we meet here today after, this is our first meeting after we buried one of our own Honorable Matsena. We also wish to thank all of you who gave support to the family, and the family was extremely happy with the support that they received from all of you and the messages of support. Thank you very much. Let's continue giving each other support because our families rely on you as we forever, we are with you all the time. Our families, you know us better than our families because we are hardly with our families, especially in times of need. Thank you very much, members, but also you made the send-off very dignified, but also a well-deserved send-off to our hardworking Honorable Member Matsena. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have received only 2 apologies. Honorable Khatebe and Honorable Mukwebo, who can't join us in this meeting today, as both of them are off sick, and we wish them a speedy recovery. I'm not sure, do we have any announcement from any other member? Any announcement? If no announcement, let me therefore...
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Moretti.
Yes, it's Honourable Garner's birthday today, so if we could wish him a happy birthday, please.
Honorable members, I will wish Honorable Ghana a happy birthday, but I've already sent messages for all the birthdays in August, so there was no need. But happy birthday, Honorable Ghana. I hope you grow in strength, but also continue to be a good member of this.
Can I try, Doc?
Madam Speaker.
Doctor,
I can't see your hands.
a leader in most instances, they are elected into leadership positions and a manager gets appointed.
I don't understand what you mean, member, but let's continue with our meeting. If there's
Madam
no other
Speaker.
announcement,
Yes.
I don't see your hands, members. Is that Honorable?
Yes,
Simon?
Member Msimanga.
Yes.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you just turn your camera around?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm using my iPad. That's why I'm struggling. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have received a request for a member statement,
God, the camera is still not okay.
starting with Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Premier. Good morning, honorable members. I rise this morning on Rule 81, statement by members. We have a massive challenge, a housing development in the area of Vlierhof. Premier, the housing project forms part of Gauteng Premier David Makura's mega project announced in April 2015. It was supposed, and it's supposedly providing housing for 83,000 people, composing of 10,411 units. However, Honorable Premier and Honorable Speaker, this housing project on the ground is fraught with irregularities, and in my view, is a ticking time bomb between races, between African colors, if I can call it that, allow me, and African blacks. If you have not been briefed, Premier, and informed by your intelligence, yesterday, gun-toting, gun-branding men forcefully removed people from flats in Vlierhof. And yes, some were beaten, blood flowed. In fact, Premier, the standoff is not finished. I'm rising this morning because I'm very concerned. Today, as we sit in this house, people are being mobilized from various areas to have what we call a clash between the two races, as it were. People from Westbury and Eldos and Noordhoek and Claremont, Dobsonville, Orlando are actually all gathering together in Vlierhof. Here's the problem, Honorable Premier and Honorable MEC Maile. The allocation of these flats is not done correctly. The waiting list is not being adhered to if there is one. And Honorable Premier, it is inconceivable that Calgro M3 project, who's managing this project, can actually allocate flats to people. So I want to ask Premier if we could honestly today, in all our resources, send some assistance from the Housing Officials Department, from JMPD, and from the SAPS to go and check that area, because something bad can happen there today. I humbly ask. Thank you, Premier. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC in Gauteng welcomes the decision taken by the City of Joburg to reintroduce the provision of free water, basic water in the 2020-2021 financial year, after it was unjustifiably terminated by the Democratic Alliance and its strategic partner for the period 2016 ending 2019. In the lead up to local government elections in South Africa in the year 2000, The national government announced there would be a policy on free basic water in the country beginning in 2001 to be delivered by municipalities and funded in part by the national government. It is in this context that the ANC Gauteng supports this decision as part of a social security to protect the indigents within the COJ. The free basic water for the city, which consists of 6 kiloliters of water per household per month, will go a long way to help bring dignity to them. The amount of water provided is determined based on poverty index as per policy. Benefits of free basic water. It ensures free access to water supply to households to realize the right of access to water, which will particularly alleviate the burden from the indigent. Provides relief to residents of poor households who do not have income and cannot afford to buy water. It provides relief for health and hygiene related matters. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Makakula. Honorable Makakula. Is Honorable Makakula in the house? Okay, if she's not in, I wish to indicate that we also received requests by 2 other members. Unfortunately, their request did not have the attachment of the member statement, therefore they will not be considered.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mabala, please. Honorable Mabula, I've not called your name because you're one of those members who made a request. Mabala, whoa.
But I send the attachment, the Speaker. You can't say
Honorable,
send the attachment.
Honorable Mabala, can you read the order? The order say the rule says when you made a request, you must also attach your statement. Please, can I request that you don't speak now?
No, but
so
you try to micromanage.
So that
now.
you show that you
How
respect.
can you want to read my member statement because we are sitting in the house now? I can make a member statement now. It doesn't need your approval because this is the member statement coming from the EFF caucus. So why are you interrupting the matter?
Speaker, we won't change rules because there is a new arrival here. We won't change rules that we've been working on with. Please, we won't because there is a new arrival. Please. We won't change rules.
Mabala Noise, go and read the rule books. Mabala Noise, go and read the rule book.
We are not going to be run amok by you here.
You want the member state.
They briefed you wrongly if they thought you're going to run us amok. They briefed you wrongly.
Honorable members, please, thank you. We're now going to consider the questions to the Premier in terms of Rule 138. The first question is from Honorable Bloom to the Premier. Honorable Bloom, your question, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry.
Honorable Bloom.
Madam Speaker, can I speak? Can I ask the
Madam
question?
Speaker, my hand is up.
Yes.
Just a question.
No, there's no question here. Can we allow Honorable Bloom to raise his question to the Premier? Honorable Bloom, over to you.
Madam Speaker, sorry, I had problems connecting. I just want to know if I were given a chance for my member statement.
Is that Honorable Tilange?
Madam Speaker, yes. I don't want to be
oh, okay. Sorry.
Disregarding, I battled to get onto the system and I had to go on my own tethering. I don't know if I was called for a member.
Continue, Honorable Tilange, continue with your question.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to know, was I given a chance for my member statement?
Honorable Tilange, continue, raise your question.
Madam Speaker, that's what I wanted to know. If because I put in a
Honorable Tilange. Honorable Tilange, can you present your member statement?
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
Who's that?
Yes, I'm rising on a point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order?
Yes, Speaker.
Madam Speaker, which rule, Madam Speaker?
No, you are not the presiding office.
Please.
Wait, allow me.
What is your point of order?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, when you started, the member asked a clarity question seeking. She did not say she was going to make a member statement. So you are supposed to preside on whether you are allowing her to entertain her clarity, not to immediately make a member statement. We have not arrived at that. So right now we are moving to a member statement before she can even get her clarity. She was seeking clarity.
Honorable Modise,
you must read first. Read the rule book.
I immediately allow Honorable Member Modise, please. There's no point of order. Honorable Tilange, continue.
Thank you, ma'am. In terms of Rule 81.5, my member statements, the commemoration of the Women's Day. Madam Speaker, we have seen yet another 9 August, the commemoration of Women's Day arrive, same as every year before. We also witnessed the staggering and still increasing brutality against women. Just to highlight a few, on Friday afternoon, an 86-year-old Tannie Klaasie was violently attacked at a house in Valhalla by 4 sick people posing as estate agents and property seekers. Shockingly, 3 of them were female. Why do I say sick people? Because no normal person can attack an 86-year-old woman brutally in that way. On Saturday, 67-year-old lady was attacked just outside of Bronkhorstspruit with a knife when she took her dog outside. Last week, a mother and 2 daughters, which are 11 and 15, were assaulted and raped when their house was invaded in Muldersdrift. A 77-year-old woman was assaulted during a farm attack, then took to see her son that was killed in cold blood. In Birch Acres, a man shot and killed his wife, claiming that he thought she was an intruder. I can name dozens of these that happened just since the start of August, let alone since the start of the year. In South Africa, women are killed every 2 hours through gender-based violence. These are just physical marks that are left behind. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight also, very importantly, the emotional brutality and violence that happens, especially during this month. The emotional violence against women that happens every day amongst us in the workplace. The emotional violence that leaves its own scars, that is not visible to the eye, but equally deadly. Emotional violence is like the white-collar crimes in South Africa. Men neatly dressed in Armani suits, believing it's acceptable to brutalize, intimidate, and threaten women as long as they do not leave marks, visible marks. This violence happens between these walls in the legislature. We see organizations rise, committees put in place, programs rolled out, all to address violence against women in South Africa, not making any difference. Since the onset of the commemoration of the Women's Day in South Africa, not much has changed, except the rise in statistics of violence against the woman, increasing numbers of fatalities and victims. Like his predecessors, the President Ramaphosa promised women equal rights and equal job opportunities. Through you, Madam Speaker, Mr. President, the women in South Africa are strong. We will get the jobs ourselves. We will fight for equal rights ourselves. What we do want is the political leaders to take accountability for actions, to take accountability for the messages they send out, inciting violence against women and children, particularly when it is hate-driven. Like his predecessors, the President Ramaphosa promised women equal rights and equal job opportunities. Through you, Madam Speaker, Mr. President, the women in South Africa are strong. We will get the jobs ourselves. What we do want is the political leaders to take accountability for actions, to take accountability for the messages they send out, inciting violence against women and children, particularly when it is hate-driven. We want men to teach their sons that it is not okay to mistreat women in any way, physical or emotional. What we need to see in South Africa is severe and decisive actions against perpetrators who rape, violate, or hurt women, children, and old age people. Not to be pardoned or released when it's the birthday of a president. Charity starts at home, and a community raise children. We need to look after our actions of men in this legislature as well. As leaders of communities, we need to revisit what we teach our children. We do not create leaders through violence. In every culture, history, women played a significant role, had to endure immense challenges and hardship. We have always survived, raised our children, did our jobs, played an important role in our communities. The Freedom Front Plus want to honor our mothers, daughters, grandmothers in South Africa, and I would like to encourage them to treat people with dignity, humanity, and lead our young ones to be the best they can be. We need to be the change we want. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Telange. Time is up. Thank you. Let's talk to the questions. Let's go to the questions to the Premier. Honorable Bloom, to the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Bloom. There's no point of order. Continue, Honorable
No,
Bloom.
but you must hear my point of order.
Honorable Bloom, can you continue?
Madam Speaker, I can't continue if I'm being interrupted.
It's a point of order.
There's no point of order. Honorable Mabala, can you behave? We know that
No,
you are
there
back.
is a point of
We
order.
know
If
that
you
you are
allow-
back at the
if you allow
legislature,
the
please.
previous speaker to speak, why
Honorable
don't you allow me to make
Mabala.
my member statement?
Honorable Mabala, I will kick you out of this meeting if you continue misbehaving in that fashion. Can we allow Honorable Bloom, because I've explained your situation, please don't interfere with the process.
But
Honorable Bloom, over to
I
you.
want to get clarity as to why you allow the previous speaker to make a member statement.
It's
Can I
because
get
Speaker, I think you must
No.
mute Member Mabala. She's disrupting the meeting.
Thank
When
you.
you are not even the speaker, you're not.
No, we know that you are back. You mustn't bring your madness.
Yeah, but
Honorable
I'm not
members,
speaking,
please.
so you must
No,
shut up.
Honorable
Madam
PC, please, can you withdraw that statement? Honorable PC, can you withdraw that statement?
I withdraw that, Speaker, but she
Thank
must
you.
behave.
Honorable Bloom,
I
can you
withdraw.
continue?
Okay, I will make a submission in writing because I'm not
Honorable
happy
Mabala,
with the way
please,
you
I did
preside
not
over
allow
the
you to
meeting.
speak.
Yeah, but
Honorable
I have to tell you that I'm going to make it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Mabala noise, sit down. Oh.
Madam Speaker.
Let's allow Honorable Bloom to present his question to the Premier.
But the bullying tactic stop, Madam Speaker, please.
Honorable
The
Bloom, can you make a-
madness must stop.
Please, honorable members, I don't expect this from you. If you are really
Point of order.
But you are not
Point
going
of
to be called madness. Yeah, you are.
Point of order.
Honorable Bloom,
You
can you
allow
continue?
someone to say madness, but you don't call them to order. What kind of a presiding officer are
Madam Speaker, I'm reluctant to ask until there is
continue, Honorable
order.
Bloom. Continue with
Okay.
the.
Yeah, but it's a point of order. He must withdraw that madness statement.
Honorable Bloom, can you continue? Unless we are also being entertained.
Madam
You don't want to raise
Speaker,
your
are you not
questions.
going to entertain, or are you not?
Madam Speaker, I can't go ahead if I'm continually interrupted. Can I go ahead now?
I
Thank
said
you.
go ahead, Honorable Bloom.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Premier. Honourable Premier, you have spoken out against certain social media allegations, but I want to ask you to clear the air on other allegations concerning the former CFO of the Gauteng Health Department, Kabelo Legrenia. Firstly, Honourable Premier, did you play any role in her appointment as CFO of the department? And secondly, did you at any time prevent MEC Bandile Masuku from dismissing her? I think it would help if you clarify this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier, can you respond to the question?
I've unmuted myself.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Bloom, for the question about the former CFO of the Department of Health. Let me start by saying that I have played no role. I don't play any role in the appointment of CFOs of department. I've played no role in the appointment of the CFO of the Department of Health. Secondly, the MEC Masuku has never come to me to say he wants to suspend the CFO, except at the point when we instituted the special investigation. We asked the SIU to investigate the department, and I know that the HOD was actually taking steps to suspend the CFO, and she resigned after I have approved that the SIU must get into the department and investigate all the issues that were identified by Gauteng Audit Services. The CFO resigned at that point when the head of department was basically instituting action. I want to go on and say that, Honorable Bloom, I certainly know that you are one of those people when she resigned. And I raised this with the parties, in the briefing sessions I have with the parties on COVID-19. I warned your leader, Honorable Solim Simang, that I've seen Honorable Bloom has issued a statement in defense of the CFO who has resigned. You issued a statement saying she has done a great job in the department. And I said to the leaders of the parties, they are here. Honorable Msimang, Honorable Albert, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Dalton, Honorable Chief Whip. I said to them, I want to warn that what Honorable Bloom is saying in defense of the CFO is very dangerous, because when the investigations come out and implicate the CFO, the DA is going to have egg on its face. This I said in a meeting, that I see Honorable Bloom in public is saying that the CFO did a great job. Now, the CFO resigned because we have instituted the SIU investigation. I said to Honorable Msimang, you must speak to your member, because he doesn't know what is being investigated. The DA will have egg on its face if Honorable Bloom is defending someone who has resigned and now is being investigated. This I said on record. The second thing I want to say, Honorable Bloom, on record to this House is that I know for a fact that you are one of those people who have been spreading rumors. I know for a fact that I had a relationship with the CFO who has resigned. And I'm saying you have the privy. You haven't said it today. I was waiting for you to say it, because I know you have been spreading that even in your caucus. I was waiting for you to say that, and it is a matter that I want you to say on record here today, that I had a relationship with the former CFO, which is blatant fake news and lies. There's no institution in this country which can prove that, because that is a blatant lie. So now you are coming with a different, what I was expecting you to say is those allegations. You are now coming with a different set of allegations about my role in the appointment, which I had no role, about the MEC having been stopped. The MEC has never come to me to say he wants to suspend the CFO, except it is the head of department at the point when we were instituting the special investigation, who wanted to suspend the CFO, and the CFO resigned. And those were all those were set of the actions that we were taking. And I can tell you that even as I speak now, the action is being pursued against the former CFO and the chief director of supply chain, who was suspended last week. Resigning from government cannot be an excuse of running away from facing the consequences. So, Honorable Speaker, that is my response.
Any supplementary question or remarks, Honorable Bloom?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the Premier has set the record straight. There are allegations out there. There is fake news, but I'd ask him not to spread further fake news. I did not defend the former CFO. I asked questions precisely about why she was said to have resigned at this particular moment, at a critical time in the middle of a pandemic. How does the CFO resign? And I have asked particular questions resigning, the circumstances of her departure from the department. That is a matter of public interest. And for the record, no, I haven't defended her. I did say that there were some improvements in financial management generally in the department, but not nearly enough that there should be what was promised. And we do need to know what her role is in this PPE scandal. So that's for the record that I'm setting straight. You can see my press statement in that regard. I do think that we do need to fight fake media. We do need to fight allegations. I'm pleased that the Premier has gone on the record of it, and that's what needs to be faced, because social media is a very powerful thing, and rumors spread, but they need to be rebutted. So I thank you, Premier, for putting the record straight, but I think the record of my record on the resignation of the former CFO should also be set straight. Thank you.
Any comments, Premier?
Honorable Speaker, I think the rest of the issues I have clarified. If Honorable Bloom says he didn't say she was doing a great job, we will verify that. I remember very well when he issued a statement, she was doing a great job, and why her resignation is something that must be treated with suspicion. We will, Honorable Bloom, we will look at publicly what you have said. I have no problem, but I warned your leader. I warned Honorable Msimang in a meeting that the DA will have egg on its face if you defend someone who has resigned because she is being investigated. We will check exactly what you have said, Honorable Bloom. If you say you didn't say that, it's okay.
Thank you, Premier. The next question, Honorable Lidwaba, to the Premier.
Thank you, Speaker. With regard to the e-tolling system, which has for many years been a contested terrain and with conflicting messages.
Can you switch on your video? I want to see you.
But Speaker, there is no such a rule.
No, I want to see you.
But now I don't want to see you.
Honorable Lidwaba, continue. I want to see you when you ask a question.
You see, now I can't because I'm using, with regard to the e-tolling system, which has for many years been a contested terrain and with conflicting messages from government. Can the Premier please respond to the following questions? One, when was the last time the Premier engaged the President of the Republic and the Minister of Transport on the issue of e-tolls in the province? 2, what were the outcomes of those engagements? In your response, please indicate the detailed commitments each made regarding e-tolls in Gauteng. And lastly, when are the outstanding arrears on e-tolls going to be scrapped? Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Ledwaba. At least I do want to see you, Honorable Ledwaba, if you don't want to be seen by the Speaker, but I do want to see you. Thank you very much. The first thing I would like to say, Honorable Ledwaba, is that in March this year, we were expecting an announcement on the final resolution of e-tolls, as I said in the State of the Province address. We were expecting that, and when the COVID-19 pandemic, when we had the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak at the beginning of March, as you would remember that in South Africa, what is called patient zero, the first case happened on the 5th of March, at the very beginning of March. When we had that outbreak, and subsequently 2 weeks later, the president declared a national state of disaster. Ever since that time, the entire energy and focus of the whole of government is not just Gauteng provincial government, it's all local government in our country, all provinces and national government. The whole of government has been focusing on a response to this existential threat of COVID-19. The biggest threat humanity faces since the Second World War and the other pandemic that broke out in 1918. So this has been the principal focus of the whole of government between March and now. I can tell you, in all meetings of government, when we meet with the provinces and the municipalities, meeting with the president, the principal focus of discussions has only been about COVID-19 and the aftermath of COVID-19, the social impact and the economic impact, and what we need to do as a country as a whole to deal with this, and particularly to focus on how provinces and districts are responding to flatten the curve and implement all the measures that have been outlined as important to reduce the infections throughout the country. Faced by this life-threatening situation, it would have been unreasonable and insensitive to insist on discussions on the matter of e-toll. And I'm saying this is what the whole of government has been focusing on, Honorable Ledwaba. So we've been focusing on a life-threatening pandemic, which has had far-reaching consequences, the lockdowns that have happened, literally everything about the briefing in government and meetings has really been about this matter. Not that other matters are not important, and as I think all of us needed to ensure that we can particularly reduce the real danger of what the scientists were saying, how many people were going to die in our country, including in our province, and how many people were going to be infected. So it is a matter, it's common cause now about how many people have been infected and how many people have passed on. So all your subsequent questions, basically, Honorable Ledwaba, are still about if there have been any meetings and if the arrears on e-tolls are going to be scrapped. I want to say to you that we are now, I think the COVID-19 situation is stabilizing, especially in Gauteng. The Minister of Health has been saying that in 3 provinces in the Republic, and I'm coming back later to give the detail in responding to another question. It is now possible to can raise the issues that would have been impossible to discuss in the face of a real threat, when everybody's immediate occupation was about reducing infections and saving more lives. So the long and short of it is that it was impossible to have a discussion with the president or the minister of finance of transport on e-tolls in the face of dealing with COVID-19. The situation is different now. The surge is going down, and in a sense, even though we are not over it yet, it is possible now to discuss, including the economic recovery plans and all the other issues that we had actually scheduled. The idea is that given the slowdown in the infections or the decline in the surge, although scientists are saying the peak is still coming, it is possible now to discuss, to raise other issues, as I say, bring back issues of infrastructure and the economy. And in that context, the issue of e-tolls will be discussed.
Honorable Letoba.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to appreciate the response from the Premier with regard to the contribution of the e-toll saga towards the economic recovery. Remember, we went from level 5 to level 3, wherein the emphasis was that we need to reactivate the economy. To that extent, according to what he's saying, he agrees with me that the e-toll has not contributed positively to the economic dynamics of Gauteng as a whole. Second to that, my worry is, time and again, when the issue of e-toll is mentioned, it is during the SOPA, and subsequent to that, it just disappeared. I mean, the announcement was made in February, wherein the Premier indicated that he's going to announce, to make an announcement in due course. By that, I did not even think it was going to take more than 30 days for him to announce. Now, for him to come today and make COVID-19 as an excuse, it demonstrates that there is nothing his government is doing with regard to the e-toll, because by and large, he understands that the competency to deal with that resides outside the province. I'm serving in the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee. The MEC, Mama Bolo, has never in any instance for the past year uttered a word around e-toll. You then ask yourself, why is the Premier so consistent on an issue that he knows he's not going to win, on an issue that he knows the people of Gauteng are not prepared to pay? What is it that he wants to benefit out of that? Because in terms of any documentation that we have, there is no e-toll in terms of budgetary provisions. There is no e-tolls in anything that the province is doing. So that becomes an issue as to what is it that the Premier wants to achieve. And I know when we go to the elections again, the issue of e-toll is going to come back on the table. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I want to say that after the State of the Province address, go and read it again. I didn't say I will make an announcement. I have moved away from I will make an announcement after the matter was sent to National. I did say that the President will make an announcement. So Honorable Ledwaba is right, only that he is wrong only as it pertains to say, I said I will make an announcement. I can't make an announcement on a matter that has been referred to National. The reality of the matter, I think Honorable Ledwaba appreciates that, is that in the midst of COVID-19 and all the battles we have had with it personally, as individuals, as families, as governments, as health professionals, when faced with that, it would have been unreasonable to put any other issue on the table. Now we have gone beyond that. We are going back to we are re-looking at our growing Gauteng together, the economic agenda, the infrastructure plan, and that's where we're going back to that to also be able to say to the president, going through all these things. This is the post-COVID economic reconstruction and transformation in our country. Dealing with all that will be, the e-tolls will be part of the issues. Honorable Ledwaba says that he knows that, he suspects that the agenda is about elections. Political parties go to elections, Honorable Ledwaba. So if every time you speak, I was to say it's about elections, it would be a dialogue of the deaf. Then there will be no party that will say anything in the House, because we will always say it's about elections. Because all of us, yes, go to elections. All of us want to win elections. So if every time you say something, a party for that matter, I think citizens correctly can accuse us as parties about saying things because we want to win votes. They will be right as citizens to doubt whether as parties we're saying things because we believe in them or we want to win votes. I'm saying as citizens, they will be right to always doubt us. But a party cannot accuse another party that it says things because it wants to win elections, because that's like that finger is pointing at you yourself. So it's a very unhelpful thing. We are going back to deal with infrastructure. We are going back to deal with the economy. So the e-tolls are part of those issues that we are going back to deal with. Economy, infrastructure will be looked at as part of economic reconstruction and transformation.
Honorable Speaker. Next question, Honorable Ledwaba. That is not acceptable. The Premier has responded. You can't respond on the response already given. Can you go to the next speaker, which is Honorable Shirota, to the Premier?
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Premier, regarding the plan announced by Minister Sisulu to de-densify overcrowding townships and informal settlements, will the Premier please advise, 1, does Gauteng have its own de-densification program? Please provide details. Does Gauteng support a program of formalization or eradication of informal settlements, or a hybrid program? Please provide details. Is there a plan to complete the many unfinished projects within the province? Is there any progress with the rollout of urban renewal projects in areas such as Alexandra and Winterveld? Please provide details. And has any progress been made with upgrading of hostels in Gauteng? Please provide details. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very comprehensive response to Honorable Serute. He will get that. I'm not going to take him through every little detail of it now. I just want to say that, yes, we as a province, working with national government and municipalities, especially the metros, have a program on de-densification of townships and informal settlements. And that program is spearheaded on behalf of provincial government, national government, and municipalities by the HDA, the Housing Development Agency. So resources have been transferred to the HDA to particularly undertake this program. This program focuses on, firstly, with regard to the metros in the city of Johannesburg, a number of areas, Kaya Sands, Mufolo North, Organic Market, the Rugby Club, Protea South, Matole School Site, Tembelihle, Slovo Park, Lily's Bioscope, Heavenly Valley, and that is in Johannesburg. In Ekurhuleni, it focuses on Nganini, Dugatole, Polar Park, Cole, and Anchor. And in Tshwane, it focuses on changing sport with Kutsong, Soshanguve, Block T, Soshanguve R, Kudube, informal settlement, that's Kudube 3, Skampaneng, Tsunami, Camille's Drift, Mamelodi Phase 1 and Phase 2, Phase 3, and Kangala informal settlements, and Sizanani. We also have other areas that this program is focusing on in the different parts of our province. Again, the list is very, very long. I want to emphasize that all this is spearheaded by the Housing Development Agency, to which the provincial government and the metros put in resources together with the national government in there. In addition to this, we also use the mega projects, that is the human settlement mega projects and the land release to de-densify the different areas of the province. You will recall before COVID-19, we said we were going to release 10,000 stands. And again, this is one of the things that now that the surge, in other words, the infection rate in our province is going down, it's going to allow us to do certain things also in the human settlement space that we had said needs to be done. That's the release of the 10,000 stands, but also we have some of the mega human settlement projects that some of the stands, I mean, the houses are ready for handing out now. This is part of the de-densification of overcrowded townships and informal settlements. So we have a comprehensive approach on de-densification. It's not just a temporary thing about COVID situation of a specific project. All the mega human settlement projects, as well as the land release program, are also about de-densifying the areas that are overcrowded, where we can't do proper development in those areas. Does the province support a program on formalization and eradication of the informal settlements? That's the second question from Honorable Serute. Yes, the department is implementing the upgrading of informal settlements. That's the human settlements departments in line with our formalization program. There are 68 informal settlements identified for upgrade in the current financial year, of which 21 are category B, 2, and C, and there will be relocations in line with the national upgrading support programs linked to this. And Honorable Serute, you will find a little more detail in the reply that will be submitted to you. Is there a plan to complete unfinished projects within the province? The plan is in 2 phases, yes. Phase 1 covers the completion of the 340 incomplete houses in 5 projects. They are located in Ekurhuleni, in Tshwane, in Emfuleni, but we also have some of the projects in other areas like in the West Rand. And then phase 2 will start with the structural assessment of the houses in this project. We know some of these areas, actually it may be easier to just hand over to people who have been saying to government they are ready to build for themselves. In some areas, you may find that the incomplete structures there are areas where it's just the foundation. And we have been discussing this as the provincial government, that there may be in some of these areas where we've built foundations, they may find that there are people who say that we who are the beneficiaries of this area, we will be able to build out for ourselves. because this program about fast-tracking human developments in our province by bringing in those who can build for themselves, and then only get government to help those who can't, with its long protracted processes, those who can build for themselves. So this focus on finishing unfinished projects will also take into account people who say that, look, in the period that I have been waiting for my house, I am now able, if you give me that stand where you are going to build it, I'm now able to build for myself. So as part of the rapid land release, we are exploring that as well. Is there any progress with regard to the urban renewal projects in areas such as Alexandra and Winterveld? I know, Honorable Serute, you always raise the renewal projects, especially of Alexandra. Yes, the response is that the delivery of the urban renewal program has been slow, and we have made a commitment in this term that it is something I've particularly mandated MEC Maile to crack this, that we need new ways and new thinking about making a breakthrough, particularly on the older projects such as Alexandra, something that has taken very, very long. We have had major problems in those areas, but I can say to you now, Honorable Serute, that these urban renewal projects are being resuscitated in line with what I said in the State of the Province address. We now have established the technical committee on the urban renewal projects in Gauteng, that's the city region, which involves political leaders at a political level, but senior managers across the different municipalities in Gauteng to focus on these urban nodes that require interventions. With regard specifically to Alexandra, to give you an update, you know, there's been one of the important things is that there are 455 title deeds that have been registered. We still have 6,509 outstanding title deeds that still have to be registered. This process is underway. But together with the city of Johannesburg, we have now identified land parcels totaling 33.9 hectares of land as part of the Alexandra Urban Renewal Program. And these are land parcels that we want. Alexandra itself requires de-densification. And that urban renewal project cannot be undertaken just based on the land that is there in Alexandra. So we're now working. You remember I used to say that we have had difficulties with working properly with the city of Johannesburg. We're now working with the city of Johannesburg so this land parcels that are identified of 33.9 hectares are now being, as the assessment is underway, the city of Johannesburg has to approve the land use agreement. So there's a process the provincial government has submitted to the city to approve the land use agreement on this 33.9 hectares, which will be crucial for the unlocking the urban renewal and the de-densification of Alexandra. So that's with regard to Alexandra, saying the title deeds registration is ongoing, and then we have additional land parcels now that have been identified, added here. Winterveld, the city of Tshwane, out of a lot of engagement with the city of Tshwane, the previous mayor of the city of Tshwane, there's been agreement. The city was able to pass a budget that focuses on Winterveld. Both myself and MEC Maile had extensively engaged the city of Tshwane to say there are certain things the province can do in Winterveld, but there are certain areas of bulk require the municipality. And as I say, I'm glad that the city of Tshwane was able to pass this budget for Winterveld, particularly focusing on bulk infrastructure. And then we're now focusing on housing projects. Various housing development projects have commenced, Winterveld Extension 7 and Phase 1, including the reticulation and maintenance of sewer infrastructure. Winterveld has the biggest problem in Winterveld is water, sewer and roads. That bulk infrastructure, and adding into that is electricity problems that essentially in the hands of Eskom, electricity problems. So there are certain things that the city has set the resources aside, and the Gauteng provincial government is working with the current administration team to push forward the proper bulk infrastructure intervention in Winterveld. The Department of Education has upgraded 2 schools in Winterveld, but I must say that the big problem with the upgrading of our infrastructure there is vandalization. Whether it's schools or Eskom infrastructure, there's lots of criminality in Winterveld. Honorable Lesego is a member from assigned to that area. We always have lots of vandalization of infrastructure there. The Department of Social Development has also constructed a social facility, an early childhood development, and a community facility for older persons, as well as their regional offices there. We also have lots of work done by the Department of Community Safety in Winterveld to deal with issues of crime, including the new police station that is that was opened. We opened this police station there in the area, including the MEC for community development has been attending to lots of problems at the current police station, the old police station there. Those are part of the interventions around the urban renewal, especially of the 2 projects that you have raised, Honorable Serute. The last question you asked is about the upgrading of hostels. I want to continue to say that the progress on the upgrading of hostels is not one of those things I'm proud of as the Premier of our province, because we have a lot of our residents who live in hostels in Ekurhuleni and in Johannesburg. But the department is currently having 4 projects on hostel, the upgrading of hostels, and these projects are at the construction stage. That's Jabulani, Orlando West, Retabile, and Situga. And 11 projects are at the town planning stage, with the construction of this expected in the next financial year, 2021-22. And again, the details of this project is something that you will get in the report, Honorable Serute. So that's essentially my response to the questions you have asked, Honorable Serute. Thank you very much. We will submit to you the full details. Some of the things I didn't go through them. I also know that there are other members who will be interested in this detail as well.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable Serute, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you.
Serute, in fact, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Premier, for that detailed report. Honorable Premier, I want to make a few comments. I've been a member of the legislature for the last 6 years. From the beginning, you were involved as Premier, and you've been aware of the difficulties relating to all these projects. There's been many promises over the years, and as you know, very few of them have come to fruition. And if you look at the various issues that I've raised, and let's begin with de-densification, and particularly it's an issue with COVID. There's been a lot of talk from a national level and a provincial level as to some kind of rollout. You've indicated that there is some process underway. I have not seen any program. I hope that the document that you're sending to me gives timelines, and one is able to monitor those timelines, not simply a wish list, because there have been many wish lists and very little delivery. And our people are suffering, and something needs to be done urgently. So there needs to be more accountability. So I would like to see whether that information that you're bringing will answer the question. A very important aspect is the funding. Premier, can you tell us where the funding is coming from for these programs? Is it coming from the National Treasury? Is it coming from the budget for Gauteng? Because as you know, the budget has been reduced quite substantially. So those are the important issues, particularly with the de-densification program. With regard to the formalization or eradication, why I raise this question is there being different messages from 1994 right to date, where the department in Gauteng and through various MECs has indicated initially there was going to be a eradication of informal settlements. Then there was going to be a formalization. Then there was going to be a hybrid system. So it is not clear because again, it doesn't appear to be a plan and a rollout of how this process will work. You've indicated that 68 informal settlements will be dealt with. When will they be dealt with? How will they be rolled out? How can we monitor it? Are there timelines? All these issues that I'm raising is the idea is good, but the rollout is questionable. With regard to the unfinished project, and Premier, I must point out to you, Honourable Premier, that in a meeting of the Committee of Human Settlements, it was indicated that there are over 800 incomplete houses in Gauteng, not the 300 that you mentioned. So clearly, either you don't have this information or you were referring to a specific project. If you consider that number has increased substantially over the years, how are we going to bring that shortage down? And particularly when we've got over 1 million people waiting for houses in our province. More detail is required. And again, it's very difficult to make promises, but one cannot really analyze your progress until we see timelines and how this is going to be rolled out. Honourable Premier, with regard to the urban renewal projects, and I want to focus again on Alexandra. I've raised this, I think, 3 times in questions to yourself, Honourable Premier. The issue preventing development in Alexandra is the court case and the restriction and the interdict provided by that case, which prevents any development in Old Alex before the interdict is lifted. And that can only be done if there's a settlement, a financial settlement with the homeowners in Old Alex. I'm not hearing anything about that. I hear you've got some plans and that their title deed's been rolled out, but the real issue remains the interdict. Can you give us an indication of what's happening with that? I heard your comments about Winterveld. Again, it's a question of monitoring and checking whether it's done. And finally, with regard to the upgrading of hostels, Premier, this issue in hostels remains a sad indictment on all of us. The conditions in hostels remain tragically bad. We shouldn't allow other human beings to live in those conditions, and particularly in with the virus, and particularly this is been going on for quite some time. We need to have a much better program. We need to have again, I'm calling on you, Premier, to give us timelines so we can monitor those timelines. And your department, and particularly the Human Settlements Department, can be held to account so we can monitor the progress. So I'm really asking, Premier, for you to step up to the plate to ensure that there's political and operational accountability. Because if there isn't, in 6 months' time, in a year's time, we're going to simply be looking at the same problem and answering the same questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier.
Deputy Speaker, my hands is
Yes, you are recognized, Member Jamin. I wanted the Premier to respond to the supplementary question from Member Serota.
When the Premier has responded, we are not allowed to continue.
Okay, you want to join in now? Go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Speaker, on Rule 1385. Premier, I'm a bit disappointed with the response vis-a-vis the hostels, because the information the Premier was giving, it's not correct. Jabulani Hostel is not on construction phase. The project stopped last year in October. And why it's not unblocked, it's a big problem and frustration. Same thing with Orlando West. Therefore, I am disappointed. I would ask the Premier to make sure. I know that I'm in discussion with the MEC. I appreciate the difficulties, but it is disappointing that hostel program is not getting off the ground. But the truth is that Jabulani and Orlando West are not on constructing phase. They stopped as early as last year in October. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Honorable Serote gave a very extensive and passionate input about ensuring that there's accountability. I agree with him. That's why I have an MEC who is particularly responsible and passionate about sorting out all these problems, the hostels, incomplete houses, the problem of de-densification, the problem of informal settlements. This is the full plate on MEC Maile's table. It's essentially these issues. And Honorable Serote is right. Some of them have a long history. We have had these problems over time, urban renewal projects, and that we want to see real progress in this term, this term of the sixth administration. I agree with him. He also raises just on Alexandra, Honorable Serote, the work we are doing in Alexandra includes all the stakeholders, including what's called the original land owners in Alexandra. All these issues of identifying additional land elsewhere is part of the interdict. I know the interdict, which was the major obstacle. You can only make progress on the interdict if you are able to unlock, firstly, opportunities for availability of land parcels elsewhere, where in the deal you can also offer some of the original landowners, offer them land elsewhere outside, so that we make as much of the land that is available there for densification of Alexandra. Remember, there's two things about Alexandra. The one is de-densification of the current way in which people have built, but we want to build also anew. And this discussion is part of the discussions we have heard with the landowners. Those who will make this land available, we can rebuild Alexandra differently. Others have been saying, if I get land, if you get a land parcel somewhere else, I will be able to forgo the land and then government can see what to do with this land. Others are saying, no, I want to be part of the deal. Whatever development that government wants to do in Alex as part of building the new Alex, I want to be part of the deal. So I don't want an alternative piece of land, but I want whatever development you want to do. So these discussions so what you call the interdict as a problem, we are approaching dealing with the interdict by exploring alternative ways that we can settle people in Alexandra, including alternative offers to those who own land, the original landowners in Alexandra, who may have asked for money. There are those who are not asking for money. There are those who are asking for alternative land where they would be able to pursue their own development. So I'm saying that is part of the discussion. The specific issue about how many incomplete projects are there, I think I will revert back to MEC Maile on that. All the audit that MEC Maile has done and the report that he has given me, as I'm saying to you now, talks about phase one, the plan of two phases. That phase one covers the completion of 340 incomplete houses in 5 projects. And then there is another phase 2. So, and there may be a misunderstanding between you and I, Honorable Serute, about how many projects. In my response, which the department has given me, it says, in phase 1, it will focus on doing 340 incomplete projects. It's not saying that the incomplete projects are only 340. The exact number, I'll check with MEC Maile. You might be right, they might be 800, they might be more, they might be less. But phase 1 will cover 340 incomplete projects. That's what the MEC Maile's commitment is in this regard. We want, yes, time frames. I think that's an issue that Honorable Serute will be pursued beyond this. I appoint MECs to do the work that needs to be done, and they account to the legislature. I can't run every department, and I think it's quite important. I take full accountability, yes, but colleagues need to be able to ask follow-up with MECs on specific issues. And I think this timeline issues, Honorable Serute, it's something that MEC Maile can fully clarify you on. Honorable Dlamini, I think Honorable Dlamini says that there is a problem with Jabulani and Orlando West in terms of the projects having stopped. Honorable Dlamini, I'm glad you are talking to MEC Maile about that. So if there are problems, the construction projects, the construction stage is stuck because there's one type of problem or the other, I think it is something that should be unlocked. There are other details I didn't give about the completion that has already happened of 500 units in some of these areas in Johannesburg, especially in Jabulani Hostel, Retabile Hostel, and some of the hostels like Situga, hostels in Sidibeng, hostels in the West Rand. I would like to submit this information to you. The point I'm making is that, yes, Honorable Dlamini has been very consistent about we are not making enough progress on the hostels. The progress may be too slow. It's not sufficient. It's not something that inspires confidence amongst our residents of Gauteng who live in the hostels. I agree with you, but we have a commitment, Honorable Dlamini, and I'm glad that you continue to talk to the relevant MECs. During this term, we want to. There's a certain number of hostels that we have committed to upgrade. In the State of the Province address and in subsequent discussions, I've been saying to MEC Maile, let's have a certain number of hostels that in this term we can be able to complete and upgrade. Where is the money coming from on all these projects? Some money will come from the municipalities. The metros have got substantial resources. We also have money from the provincial government, but also there is, whether it's in the upgrading of informal settlements, there's money that will come from all the 3 spheres of government. It is true that our money was cut, like all budgets have been cut as a result of COVID. All budgets have been cut, and we're not happy about this, Honorable Serute. But our MECs, including MEC Maile, have gone back to relook at their budgets. The commitments we have made on the de-densification, on completing incomplete housing projects, on the formalization of informal settlements and upgrading of hostels and the urban renewal projects. These are the commitments we have made for this term through interventions like rapid land release, mega projects. We had said we want to pursue these commitments. Of course, in the aftermath of COVID-19, some of these things, some of our expectations may be lowered because COVID-19 has a huge impact on everything that we had planned to do. So I thank you, Honorable Serute and Honorable Dlamini, for your contributions. The timelines will come from MEC Maile. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Before we continue, may I request the colleagues that don't have to be on this platform to join this conversation, or the sitting rather, on YouTube. Thank you very much. Colleagues from departments and all that, please join on YouTube. Moving right along, may I call Honorable Lidwaba in terms of the reply to the executive, to ask a question to the executive. Thank you. Honorable Lidwaba, you're on.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to the functions and duties of the community development workers in the province, will the MEC please respond to the following? 1, in which year were the first CDWs employed? In your response, please indicate the process that was followed to employ them and how much was the payment for entry level. 2, how many CDWs were employed at the time? Please provide a breakdown per municipality and the impact they have on enhancing service delivery. 3, how many CDWs are currently on the payroll of the department and the salary for the lowest level? In your response, please indicate if the department had undertaken any study to establish their salary disparities compared to other government employees. 4, what are the job descriptions of the current CWs? Please indicate their job progression, reporting structure, where they are operating from, and whether they have tools of trade. And lastly, what role? Sorry. Lastly, are there any personal development programs for CDWs? Please indicate if there had been any capacity development training offered in the past 5 years. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Maile.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me also thank Honorable Lidwaba for the question. The answer to question 1 is that the initial intake of the CDWs into the department took effect from 1 May 2005. The department placed adverts in line with the Public Service Act of 1999. The municipalities and applicants submitted their CVs. One of the criteria was that the applicants had to be in a ward where they reside. Local councillors collected the CVs and brought them to the department. The Department of Local Government at the time did the final shortlisting, and the shortlisted candidates were then subjected to a 1-year learnership through UNISA in collaboration with LGC CETA. They were paid a stipend whilst on a learnership. Those who successfully completed the learnership were then considered for appointment within the department. The post at which they were appointed was at salary level 6, not 1, at more than 72,096 at the time, which was 2005. On question 2, in January 2004, there were 204 learners that were appointed, and from that 204, only 198 CDWs were appointed and deployed to 130 wards across all the 15 municipalities at the time. Impact they have on enhancing service delivery, we will give attachment there, Honorable Member, that you can refer to in terms of the detailed work. On 3, there are 345 CDWs, and there's about 20 assistant directors, 3 administrative officers, and 4 deputy directors. The job of the CDW is established on a, or rather the scale, on a salary level 6, and the entry cost of employment is around 245,000 for the more than 245,000 for the 2019-2020 cost of living adjustment implemented on 1 April 2019. And question 4, the organizational structure, hierarchy of the CDWs is a flat one. CDW salary level 6, as I've indicated, assistant director salary level 9, deputy director salary level 12, and the director salary level 13. The CDWs report into and they report to assistant director post under cluster supervisor. The assistant director report to the deputy director community development work for each of the 4 regions, and the deputy directors report to post of the director. And the CDW management team is office based, and the CDWs work directly in the ward and communities in which they live. On the last question, yes, there has been a number of development interventions over the past years, mostly in the form of on-job training initiatives. Most importantly, though, is that the department has deliberately issued bursaries almost to all CDWs who wants to go to school. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Dwaba, you may ask a supplementary question or a short remark.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the MEC for the reply, or rather for the response. My understanding is that since 2005, majority of the CW that were employed then are no longer in the system. And unfortunately, those that are still in the system, for whatever reasons, they are not getting salary increases every year. And I would have thought that the MEC will elaborate as to what plans do they have for the CDW going forward. Because he did indicate that they've got 365, which are spread across all the wards. And then in Gauteng, we've got 529 wards, meaning that other wards do not have these services. And again, the other concern was with regard to where they operate. Because when we engage majority of them, they would tell you that they do not have offices. They are just operating nowhere. An issue that I thought the MEC would, after I've received the question, deal with that extensively today. This is how we're going to correct the mistakes that were there in the past. Nevertheless, we appreciate that they are still there in the payroll. And I think our suggestion would be, why wouldn't you increase the number so that all the wards are covered? And then we can then create more sustainable jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of Rule 1347, Member Teke, you can go ahead and make a short remark or a supplementary question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to ask in terms of 134 subsection 7, is it normal for 2 CDWs to be deployed into one ward? As an example, Ward 24 Ekurhuleni in 2011, while other wards do not have even one. Thank you.
Honorable MEC, Maile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the members for the follow-up. On the
It
looks like MEC Maile's mic is off.
Yes.
Oh, I thought the problem is on my side, eh? Okay.
MEC has run away. Am I audible now? Am I audible, Deputy Speaker? Oh, sorry.
Yes, you are audible now.
Yeah, I was saying thanks for the questions from the members. The salaries in government are regulated, and that's why we set what levels are these CDWs at. If you are on a certain level, let's say 6, there's different notches in every level. And if it happens that you've been in a position for a very long time, you end up reaching a ceiling and you can't go beyond that level unless you apply for a different level and you follow a proper process to be employed. Because the honorable member will also appreciate the fact that there's different qualifications for different levels. So you can't then automatically take a person to the next level without taking them through the proper process. And that's why those DWs who qualify and who have applied for positions previously and they qualified for them, they would have been appointed. CDWs are field workers. They don't need to have offices. They have to work with the councillors because we don't want them to be sitting in offices. We want them to be in the communities, working with the community. So that's why what they need is tools of trade like phones, laptops, and that's what we make available so that they're able to submit their reports wherever they are. Well, it's our wish to increase the number and make sure that every ward has its own CDW. And we're looking at the financial implications. If we are able to afford that, we will definitely roll it out, because that's what we want. Member Nseke's question, no, one ward shouldn't and must not have two CDWs. If there is such a situation prevailing, please bring it to our attention. We will attend to it, make sure that we redeploy the other CDW, because we can't have two CDWs in one ward. Thank you very much.
MEC, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, MEC. Honorable Litwaba, you can go ahead and ask your second question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the maintenance and construction of taxi ranks in the province, would the MEC please respond to the following? 1, how many taxi ranks were built and renovated through the help of the department and in collaboration with the private sector in the past 5 years? 2, how many of these in above were signed off after completion and handed over to A, municipalities, and B, taxi associations? 3, how many taxi rank structures are still under construction and not signed off and handed over? In your response, please indicate for how long has this project been under construction and the cause for delays in completion. 4, how many employees who perform cleaning and security services at taxi ranks are in the payroll of the department? And lastly, what role and support does the department provide to different taxi associations in relation to the maintenance of taxi ranks to ensure compliance with health and hygiene standards? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Litwaba. MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members. To the Premier and members of EXCO. Just as a context to the question, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that currently the department does not have a clear policy on servicing and maintaining taxi ranks. And it's only in the period of COVID-19 that we have started to service taxi ranks, particularly cleaning taxi ranks. But in general, the department does not have a policy to service and maintain taxi ranks. Now, with respect to the first one, there are about 3 taxi ranks, and that are Vereeniging tax rank, Roodepoort station tax rank, and Leratung tax ranks. These are the tax ranks that were built by the department. And with respect to the second question, there's not been a proper process of handing over these tax ranks to the municipalities and to taxi associations. And then with respect to 3, Vereeniging taxi rank was under construction from 2014 until 2018 when the contractor was terminated due to liquidation. Roodepoort was halted due to liquidation of the contractor and later litigation issues that are still not closed. The Leratung also was halted due to liquidation issues by the consultant, and that matter is still not yet closed. Now, with respect to 4, and that emphasized the point I've made, there are no services commissioned by the department to support and maintain taxi ranks. The last one is that there's no program that relates to maintenance. Currently, it is the responsibility of municipalities. But let me just add that we are preparing an MOU with municipalities so that as a provincial government, we could have a direct role to play in the maintenance, support, and servicing of taxi ranks. And once that policy is in place, it will change the current situation. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Dwaba, do you have supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, thanks to the MEC. MEC thinks there is no policy. And I wanted to lament the fact that all other sectors are getting government subsidy. The taxi industry does not get any subsidy. At the least that the government could provide. When you look at the amount of money that is put into Gautrain, into bus companies, and you compare to what the taxi industry and while they transport majority of the commuters, but they are not getting anything. I would have thought that by now, the MEC would say, now that we have looked into the matter of cadet workers or something like that, this is the service that you are going to make sure that it is provided beyond COVID-19. I mean, when you look at when you go to the taxi industry and you look at the hygiene, the toilets and everything, it is very bad. And I don't think that is something that we promote or we condone. Therefore, I want to give an example, for instance, with regard to the Roodepoort taxi rank. On the eastern side, it is owned by the province. On the western side is the municipality. The municipality has provided those services to cleaners and security with regard to the insourcing resolution that was taken by the council from the EFF side. But then when it comes to the Gauteng side, nothing is happening. Since 2015, the project was left there. There is nothing, no communication, no services provided. That issue of service providers that have absconded, they have absconded for more than, that happened more than 3-4 years ago. But even now, nothing is happening. That leaves much to be desired. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dwaba. I now open for supplementary remark. Sorry, supplementary question or remark. Thank you. Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Hoffman, your hand was up. Okay, moving right along. Honorable MEC.
Well, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure because the Honorable Member said he's doing a lamentation. So the lamentation is noted. That's what the member said. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We move right along to the third question.
Somebody must
Honorable
mute,
Mokwebo.
please.
Honorable Mokwebo. Is there a member who's supposed to present on behalf of Honorable Mokwebo?
He is absent. Let's pass by. Deputy Speaker is nowhere to be found, that man today here.
Honorable Masemula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With regards to Leratong Hospital, which is the only regional hospital in the Western and serving as a referral point for 79 facilities that include 2 district hospitals, 2 maternal obstetric unit, 61 clinics in the region, 10 mobile clinics, a psychiatric hospital, and considering the closure of the maternal ward at Dr. Yusuf Dadoo, formerly known as Pardekral, from where patients are being transferred to Leratong Hospital. Could the MEC please respond to the following question? Where was the maternity ward at Dr. Yusuf Dadoo Hospital closed and patients moved to Leratong Hospital? In your response, kindly provide a detailed explanation regarding the cause of closure at Dr. Yusuf Dadoo Hospital and measures the department has put in place to reopen the ward to mitigate overcrowding at Leratong Hospital. Why are there only 26 beds at Leratong Hospital maternity ward following the renovations that were a project of public-private partnership between corporates, Adcock, Ingram, Nedbank, and AARD, and the Gauteng Department of Health between 2014 to 2017, while the department is fully aware of the influx of patients being transferred to the institution? In your response, please indicate how many beds were there before the renovation and how many after these renovations. What is the department's plan to ensure that the crisis situation of overcrowding at Leratong Hospital maternity ward is prevented, given that there are more children born at the institution to an extent that they are forced to share equipment, thus creating a threat of cross-infection and disease outbreaks? In your response, please detail the plans to deal with overcrowding and disease outbreak. When will the department deal with the severe understaffing of the maternity ward at Leratong Hospital? In your response, indicate the number of staff in the maternity ward, their respective level of education and training, as well as the attendance percentage, number of staff in the ward on a monthly basis. And why has the department not added additional infrastructure and equipment in the maternity ward to better handle the influx of patients and referrals? Have you noted that Leratong Hospital caters to over 1.2 million people? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Acting MEC of Health.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me acknowledge and appreciate the question. The reply to the question number 1 is that from the 22nd of June 2020 to 04 July 2020, Dr. Yusuf Dadoo Hospital experienced a high number of staff who tested positive for COVID-19 in the theatre and maternity ward. This created a shortage of staff availability in these 2 units, which resulted in a negative impact in service delivery. Thus, a discussion between the clinical and nursing managers of Leratong, Dr. Yusuf Dadoo, and Carltonville hospitals took place on 18 June to find a solution. The resolution was that from 19 June to 5 July, all theatre cases of Dr. Yusuf Dadoo Hospital will be sent to Leratong or Carltonville, and this after hours between 19 hours PM and 7 in the morning. Therefore, the maternity ward of Dr. Yusuf Dadoo Hospital remain operational for 24 hours The only unit that was non-operational at night was main theatre. The Ratong Hospital sent their staple elective cesarean section patients daily as a way of making the agreement reciprocal. Only theatre units closed after hours during the above-mentioned period. 10 patients transferred to the Ratong Hospital during the period. Number two, initially the maternity ward was in a dilapidated stage, therefore renovations were done due to lack of privacy for women in labor, lack of bed capacity for delivery beds, impacting on patient experience of care. The following is the comparison of pre and post renovation. Firstly, before renovation, delivery beds were 4, antenatal care beds were 18, total beds 22. After renovation, delivery beds 9, antenatal care beds 19, total beds 28. Question 3, the plan of the hospital was to build a new maternity unit comprising of emergency theatre, antenatal care. A submission was sent to Central Office Infrastructure Unit. Currently, the plan to manage is referral of level 1 patients to district hospital and use of additional beds in the postnatal in cases of overcrowding. Number 4, the reply is that the staffing of maternity currently is as follows: advanced midwife 14, midwives 11, community service professional nurses 2, enrolled nurses 1, auxiliary services 5, and professional nurses on study leave 2. Per shift is equal to 6 professional nurses, and when there is overlapping, overtime is utilized to increase capacity. Monthly work attendance is at 97%. The organizational structure review has been done and submitted to head office. This was in 2019 and is receiving attention. And the last, which is number 5, current equipment available at Lerato, which is able to cater for patients in our care, is machines 14, cardiac monitors 2, and yeah, so that's the reply, Honorable Member, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MC. Honorable Masamula, supplementary question or remark? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I thank you, Acting Chairperson. I went there on the 21st of June, and it was on a Sunday, doing my oversight. And it was so painful to see our sisters and mothers sleeping on the floor while pregnant with only one blanket in this cold weather. And I even spoke to the matron by the name of Molivati. And indeed, she confirmed that they are having a serious challenge. So can the department and the MEC please zoom into the matter? Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of Rule 1347, I now open up for additional questions or additional remarks from members. Thank you. Moving right along, Honorable MEC, Acting MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me just confirm that after carefully reading and analyzing this question and the replies that have been provided, I can assure the member that I will also visit this facility to look at these particular questions that are raised in the issues that are raised in the question, because certainly I think beyond answering this matter, I would like to see for myself. So to that extent, I want to commit to the member that I'll visit this matter to go and check, because I consider this matter as very serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Acting MEC of Health. Question 5, Honorable Mabala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to COVID-19 infections in the province, and noting the 2nd July 2020 weekly media update by the Provincial Command Council, 1,641 public servants in Gauteng had tested positive. Can the MEC please respond to the following questions? Number 1, how many public health workers that have tested positive since March 2020 to date? And in your response, can you please provide a breakdown of both public hospitals and clinics in the province? Number 2, how many public health workers got infected by COVID-19 whilst at work since March 2020 to date? And in your response, please provide the main reasons that led and still leading to public health workers being infected by COVID-19 whilst at work. Number 3, has the department properly trained frontline public health workers on the use of personal protective equipment to avoid infection whilst on duty? In your response, please outline the training that was provided and, if possible, if any service providers were sourced to provide this training. Number 4, what is the agreed time frame for clinics to be closed for decontamination and deep cleaning should a positive case be reported? In your response, please indicate how many clinics were affected from March 2020 to date. And finally, number 5, what has been the department's plan in cases where clinics were closed as a result of positive cases? Regarding patients who already had appointments at these facilities to collect their medications, such as HIV/AIDS, TB, diabetes, etc. In your response, please indicate how many patients were affected since March 2020 to date.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and let me acknowledge the question from the Honorable Member. The reply to the first question is that as of 10 August, 4,852 health workers working in the department's facilities have been infected since March 2020. And private sector data shared with the department states that there are 2,722 health workers who have been infected. Reply to 2. Let me just say that it is difficult to confirm exactly where healthcare workers would have been infected. The 4,852 health workers got infected due to a combination of, firstly, community and secondly, health facility transmission, and from infected patients and other staff members. 3, the reply is that yes, the department conducted training of frontline staff. Regular training of frontline staff on use of PPE was done by infection control specialist units with the support from National Institute for Occupational Health. The reply to 4 is that the facility can be opened 2 hours after decontamination and deep cleaning. The department has developed a protocol that prescribes steps that needs to be taken to disinfect clinics when employees test positive. The protocol does not require closure of the whole facility where possible. Patients are then referred to alternative appropriate facilities to ensure continuity of care and medical service. The department, with respect to the last one, number 5, the department is encouraging patients to collect 3-month kits. Patients will also be referred and have been referred to the nearest open facility for collection of medication when the preferred one where they collect is closed. That should complete all the questions. Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mabala. You can ask a supplementary question or make a short remark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable MEC, very surprised that there is a protocol that the institution that has been infected, they don't have to close completely, but the patients can be referred. I agree with that patients can be referred to RHQ. What about the frontline workers? Because if you don't close and allow them to also go and quarantine or do self-isolation, does that mean they have to continue being at the institution by that particular institution has not been contaminated? And the second question is, my worry is, you know, we always come here to the premier because that one, even the one who's on social, likes Twitter so much, to such an extent that he was actually reporting to Twitter. But we tend to turn a blind eye when it comes to the frontline workers, whereby you'd find that we only get on the media reports that I mean, recently we've lost 8 doctors due to COVID. But the department, usually when we request a detailed report to how many workers have passed due to COVID, we usually don't get the proper responses. So I would like the acting MEC to be transparent with us and indicate as to how many health workers has passed due to the COVID. And I know that some of these frontline workers who passed off complained about the quality of the PPEs, that they are not up to standard. Can you also elaborate on that, MEC? Because we cannot have the lives of the frontline workers at risk while they are the ones who are providing services during this pandemic. So if you can please answer those 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. May I go on to open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks in terms of Rule 1347? None. Please go ahead and respond, Honorable MEC.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me just say to the Honorable Member that the actual figures and numbers about the number of health workers that passed on, that number I will submit it to the member during the course of this week, or even today. I will send that number to the member. Let me also commit that we have given the figures about how many patients, how many workers in the private and public hospitals or facilities tested positive. That should reaffirm, and I'd like also to reaffirm our commitment for transparency, openness, because these are the fundamental principles of our constitution, of our country's constitution, and the values that we must uphold. So to that extent, yes, we have to be transparent. And that's why we are providing the information as required. That's precisely what I thought we were doing. We can always improve on that. And then the other issue with respect to frontline staff and workers, just for the member to be aware, I have already visited 25 health facilities. I have visited the 2 main areas where PPE is stored and kept. And I'd like to assure the member that I've already issued a directive that we need to set up proper structures, proper processes that are efficient and effective for prompt, swift distribution of PPE. There are issues of the quality of PPE that we are looking into, and I think before the end of this week, we could make an announcement on that as to how are we going to comprehensively deal with quality of PPE issues. We are looking into that issue. And also, let me just say, we have also issued a directive, and we will be enforcing it this week, to set up proper structures of occupational health and safety. Those are structures that will, on a consistent basis, make sure that we provide quality PPE in time and in the right quantities to protect the workers. There are also issues of workers when they are in high-risk areas, in clinical areas where they have direct contact with patients. Apparently, they are very alert and very, careful when they interact with patients. And we have also received reports that when they have lunch, they are in more relaxed environments with their colleagues. The level of alertness tend to drop. So all those issues, Honorable Member, we are attending to them. And I'd like to assure you that we will make sure that we protect our frontline staff, because we understand if they get infected, that will decimate and erode the institutional, human resource, and all capacity that we need to fight the spread of COVID-19, to provide good healthcare and reduce mortality rate. And to that extent, we will be able to attend to those issues. But otherwise, thanks very much for the follow-up remarks. Thank you, Honorable Titi.
Thank you. Honorable Mabala, you can go on to read the 6th question.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the COVID-19 pandemic in Gauteng province, will the MEC please indicate, number 1, how much in rand and cents did the department receive from the Solidarity Fund as part of the COVID-19 relief package? And in your response, please provide a detailed breakdown of how the department planned to utilize the relief package on top of the appropriate budget for the 2020-21 financial year. Number 2, how much in rand and cents did the department allocate to all the COVID-19 field testing stations in Gauteng? In your response, please indicate how many people in terms of gender and race got tested to date. Number 3, are there field testing stations still operating in the province? Number 4, if yes to number 3 above, please provide a detailed list of where they can be found in each region and district. And number 5, if no to number 3 above, please provide details why these are no longer operational.
Speaker of the House. Madam Deputy Speaker.
We hear you, Chief Whip.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Deputy Speaker to facilitate the meeting. Deputy Speaker.
I think the Deputy Speaker is on mute.
Yeah, if the Deputy Speaker is not there, can Honorable Mabala continue and finish the question?
I think she's done with the question.
Yeah, then the response of the MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And let me acknowledge the question from the member. Just with respect to number 1, the department has received an amount of 209 million as part of the COVID-19 relief package. And this amount of money is planned to be used for purchase of medical equipment. So that's what the money will be used for. With respect to number 2, the department does not have field testing stations. And the national testing strategy has changed to targeted testing rather than mass community testing, which would have been the purpose of which field testing stations were planned for. what we do is targeted testing in public sector, which prioritize testing of frontline workers, the elderly, the vulnerable, inpatients, and pregnant women. Now, having dealt with the issue of field testing stations, that honorable member should take care of the questions that you have asked, that is 3, 4, and 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Is there a supplementary question from the Honorable Member, Mabala?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
You can go ahead.
I'm very disappointed with the response because, I mean, it seems like the MEC doesn't have a clue of what is happening in that department. My question, specifically question number 1, I even requested like that, but I even like question number, I think number 2, sorry. I requested that you provide us with a detailed response indicating how many people in terms of gender, race, got tested to date. You ignored that question completely. You did. You failed this man. I'm giving you 0. And then you just jumped to
Mabala Noise, are you now a principal, Mabala Noise?
Can I finish?
Mabala Noise, are you now a principal?
Honorable Makubele.
No, no, go moving over.
Honorable members, can you allow the speaker to conclude?
Please, man, please.
Honorable
Litsualo. No, Mabala Managra orientation.
Honorable Litsualo, and Honorable Makubela and Chitangano, please, can you allow the speaker to complete?
We're talking
the
about
question?
And we've got Lesego thinking that this is a picnic. It's not. But anyway, Deputy Speaker, I just need a clear response from the
point of order. We don't have Lesego in the house.
From the I'm not going to engage a mediocrity, by the way. So this is not crash. We are dealing up with serious matters.
Mabala Noise.
The MEC, I'm not going to allow.
Mabala Noise.
I'm not going to allow Popeyes to come here and take over the stage. Lesego, you must sit.
Honorable Mabala, please conclude your question or remark.
Yeah,
Honorable Litsualo. Honorable members, can you be in order, please?
I want the acting MEC. I know, but maybe he's not familiar with health. But I would like him to go through the question again and answer question number 2, because I didn't get any response for question number 2. And also, he said that the department was allocated with 209 million for the COVID-19 relief package. I would like to get a detailed.
So you want the MEC to answer the way you want him to answer?
Order, Honorable Willie. Wait.
Oh, yeah, Momo.
This one, she's confused.
Want a detailed report as to how, because we know that people were enriching themselves with this 209 million, and they must be named and shamed. So this one, even if he cannot answer it in the house for the sake of his protection, because maybe he can send me that response in writing.
But Deputy Speaker, why are you allowing this one to continuously insult us?
Right here, right now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of Rule 1347, I'm opening up for additional supplementary questions or remarks. If there is none, can we go on to ask the MEC, acting MEC, to respond?
Yes, no. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Mabala must mute, please. And Beverly, mute, please. Mabala, mute.
Can I proceed with your permission, Deputy Speaker?
Yes,
Honorable Deputy
please.
Speaker? Okay. Now, let me just clarify that, let me just confirm this. We do not have what is called field testing stations. So I just want to confirm that. And if there is a question relating to data and or information from field testing stations that is expected from us and we don't have them, it obviously means such information does not exist. If the member wants details about testing and the breakdown of those details, the member can pose that question. But the question that is posed is with respect to field testing stations, which we don't have. So I just wanted to clarify that, and that's the challenge. We can't provide information on facilities that do not exist. Thank you.
Question
Thank you,
one,
Honorable.
with a detailed response, but it's fine.
Thank you, Honorable Acting MEC. Moving to question 7, is there a representative for Honorable Mukwebo? Or is it back in the house? Okay, 9. None, sorry.
There must be somewhere
Question
in the
8,
mountain.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Speaker.
Yes.
Badenhorst.
Yes, she's now going to ask the 8th question. Or is she representing Honorable Mukwebo on question 7?
Yes. Speaker.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, we're back on question 7. Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable Member Badenhorst. Okay. Let's move on to question 8, which is supposed to be asked by Honorable Badenhorst anyway.
Muted. That's why that I can't get through. Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go back to question 7.
Can I carry on with Honorable Mukwebo's question, please?
Wait, Member Litualo. Yes, Honorable Badenhorst, please read the 7th question on behalf of Honorable Mukwebo.
Okay, thank you. Understanding that since the 8th of July 2020, Gauteng, being a province of 15 million people, has overtaken the southern tip of the country as the center of the crisis, with numbers here set to reach a total of 70,000 infections. It has come to our attention as the EFF that within the province, the COVID-19 center in Johannesburg had a total of almost 32,000 cases by 7 July, with recoveries at about 1 in 3 people. Moreover, both Soweto and the inner city are chalking up big numbers of infections, showing that the coronavirus has moved from suburb to township. This is extremely concerning because over 8 in 10 people in Gauteng, residents rely on the public health system, and their first stop for treatment is the network of 104 clinics dotted across the city. But now those clinics are teetering on the brink of collapse as the pressures of COVID-19 push them deeper into crisis and subject poor Black people to bush medicine, which defines very basic treatment and oxygen innovation being used at Johannesburg clinics as stocks runs dangerously low at primary and tertiary levels of the system. With this in mind, will the MEC respond to the following? What measures will the department put in place to resolve the issues faced by patients at clinics in the townships due to the lack of ventilators and PPEs for staff? In your response, indicate when clinics will provide the necessary essential equipment and PPEs to cater for the influx residents in the surroundings. Number 2, what strategies does the department have in place to resolve the issues relating to COVID ambulances in a district, only transporting one patient at a time? This comes after Johannesburg's Emergency Management Services, EMS, have dropped from 60 ambulances to 20 ambulances on a shift, leaving Ekurhuleni with no ambulances running when Gauteng EMS took over on July the 1st, 2020. In your response, kindly indicate the exact date of implementation of the strategy or plan. Number 3, what plans does the department have in place to resolve the crisis of clinics that close regularly as more and more healthcare workers get infected, resulting in a considerable amount of pressure on the system, leaving symptomatic patients often with nowhere to go? Number 4, how will the department resolve this issue emanating from the referral system in cases where hospitals turn away patients whom clerks insist must first go to clinics which are frequently closed? And how, number 5, how does the department intend on preventing cases similar to that of Region F? Region F is the inner city and one of the infection hotspots in Gauteng, for example, where all clinics were closed earlier this week due to staff infections. In your response, what tangible measures, apart from PPEs, will be implemented? What is the exact date of implementation? And what monitoring and evaluation tools will be used to determine impact? Thank you,
What
MEC.
is
Thank
speech?
you, Speaker. Can the MEC please respond on those questions, please?
Yeah, I must wait for the Deputy Speaker to direct me to reply on it. Please.
Unmute, Deputy Speaker.
MEC, you can go on to answer.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the reply to, let me acknowledge the question as well and appreciate it. The reply to the first question is that critical care for COVID-19 is not rendered at a clinical level, or at a clinic level, sorry. Hence, there are no ventilators in clinics. This is rendered at regional, tertiary, and central hospitals. Hence, of course, there are no ventilators in clinics. And we have not received to date any complaints relating to this from any of the clinics. Reply to number 2, the transportation of patients in ambulances is prescribed by the Emergency Medical Service Regulation of 2017, hence the transportation of one patient. The department, since provincialization, has embarked on a recapitalization of EMS fleet and staff in order to ensure that minimum number of ambulances are booked on a daily basis. There are 42 ambulances booked in Ekurhuleni as of today. Reply to 3, the department has developed a protocol that prescribes steps that need to be taken to disinfect clinics when employees test positive. This protocol limits the time period and the space to be decontaminated. And of course, it does not require closure, and patients are referred to alternative appropriate facilities to ensure service continues. The department is reinforcing messages that non-clinical institutions or facilities have no legal authority to turn patients away. All patients are subsequently referred to appropriate level of care by the clinical staff. The department will continue to emphasize and enforce that staff adhere to this policy. Reply to question number 5, which is the last one, is that there will be ongoing implementation of precautionary measures prescribed by the Department of Employment and Labor for employees to regularly disinfect, use PPE, and ensure the working environment is conducive for safe and healthy work amongst employees and staff. There are compliance officers in various facilities and districts that monitor compliance with all prescribed measures. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paranost. You can ask a supplementary question or make a remark.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, yes, there's somebody in the background.
Yes,
Okay.
it's Member Mabala.
Yes, Member Mabala. What are you raising on?
Yes, I need to make a supplementary question to the MEC if he's prepared to take my question.
Okay, let's wait for Honorable Paranost, then you'll come after.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't have any supplementary, so Ms. Mabala can carry on, please.
Okay, Honorable Mabala, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Acting MEC, I would like to know, because I'm actually getting a little confused here. You keep on saying, even with my previous question, you keep on saying that whenever there is an infection at clinics, usually you refer patients to other facilities. So I would like to know what happens to the clinic itself. When you have to decontaminate the clinic, don't you close the clinic for a certain period of time up until you are sure that the clinic is infection-free and so forth? And also, what measures are in place to actually make sure that, for instance, if patient A stays far from the next institution, what are the measures in place to make sure that patient A will be able to reach the next institution? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
And let me welcome the supplementary question. As I said in the earlier reply to the question that the member asked, that the deep cleaning and decontamination of facilities happen, and those facilities can be used after 2 hours, because you have to allow the settling of whatever chemicals and liquids that will have been used. So the facility can be used after 2 hours. Depending on the facts of each case, if patients have to be referred to another facility, or even those that come within the cleaning period and after 2 hours, they are referred to other facilities. And in that case, where transport arrangements are required for patients to reach those facilities, they can be referred to whatever public transport is there, where it's patients that need critical care. The EMS will definitely provide support to those patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paranost. You can read the 8th question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair or Speaker. Thank you so much. It is common knowledge that the Black African communities that predominantly speak Afrikaans had been neglected for more than 2 decades, especially when it comes to the developmental programs that are geared at empowering the previously and historically disadvantaged. The department is expected to play a leading role in this regard, but we observed that during quarters 3 and 4 of the previous financial year, there was a reduction in the number of ECD beneficiaries in different municipalities around the province, which subsequently resulted in underspending of the conditional grant. With this in mind, could the MEC please respond to the following questions? Did the schools in the area in the areas of Reveille, Nuclear, Eldorado Park, and Noordgesig receive any school uniforms? In your response, please provide a list of schools in the predominantly Afrikaans-speaking communities that received uniforms in the province. Why, number two, why are there no recreational facilities, ECD and substance abuse centers in the so-called colored communities such as Reveille and Noordgesig? Number three, are there social workers assigned to the above communities in the province? In your response, please provide a list with names of areas in the province and the number of social workers assigned to those specific communities. Number four, are there any feeding schemes allocated to the areas such as Reveille, Nuclear, Noordgesig, and Eldorado Park? And number five, do we have shelters for abused women and children around the Reveille and Noordgesig area? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Why bring language? Why it can't
Thank
be
you,
for all
Honorable
South
Member. Honorable, let me see.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Badenhorst, for the question. Response to question 1, the department continues to distribute and dispense its resources and services in an equitable manner. The program in question targets school-going children that are from households of the poor and unemployed parents. It is important to note that the department was able to deliver on its in relation to the school uniforms.
Badenhorst must mute, please.
Can I continue? Okay, thank you very much. The communities in question have previously benefited from the school uniforms, and they remain in the plans of the distribution for this financial year, subject to the procurement challenges being addressed that the Honorable Member is aware of. A list of schools earmarked to benefit from school uniforms is attached as Annexure A to my response. Answer to question 2, there are 2 funded outpatients in Westbury and Eldorado Park respectively, which provide treatment interventions to persons with substance use disorders, and these services are managed by SANCA. Those who need inpatient treatment services are referred to nearby inpatient treatment centers. There are a list of 21 ECDs in the mentioned areas, and the list is attached as Annexure B to my response, Honorable Member. Response to question 3, there are social workers assigned to the above African communities. The list of social workers and social work managers is attached as Annexure C to my response. Answer to question 4, there are 5 funded drop-in centers under HIV and AIDS programs that provide 3 cooked meals per day to vulnerable children at those areas. The list is also indicated in my response. Answer to question 5, there is no shelter for abused women and children around Reveille and Noordgesig. However, when there is a need to accommodate the victims are referred to the nearest shelters in Johannesburg South, located in Lenasia and Lenasia South. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. You can ask a supplementary question or make a short remark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. MEC, it's remarkable that you give me such answers today. The thing is this, MEC, when you go to these areas that I've mentioned, if you speak to the people or if you speak to the community, there's no such answers the answers that you gave us now. And the thing is this, MEC, I frequent these areas, and I want to let you know today, MEC, okay, you've given me the names of the social workers and whoever, but the thing is this, MEC, you know for a fact that there was no school uniforms distributed to these schools that I've mentioned, because no one was checking these areas and whatever. Up till now, there's a center in the Eldorado Park that has been opened by the Honorable Faith Masibuku 5 years ago. And that center is not even being serviced. So MEC, can you please ask the department to service all these places because they don't do their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Bodenhorst. I now open for additional supplementary questions as per Rule 1347.
Bodenhorst.
Order, Honorable Wikimelo, and please go ahead and answer the remark from Honorable Bodenhorst, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On the issue of the school uniforms, Honorable Bodenhorst, we did report to the committee that the Circular 21 is the one that made us not to be able to distribute school uniforms for this financial year, simply because the procurement now lies with the supply chain management. So because of that, the co-ops could not be given the or allocated work as they used to, because due to Circular 21, it is now classified under goods and services. So it means that they will have to advertise a tender and then appoint and then get the uniforms done and then being distributed. But however, as I've reported in the committee, we are looking into the supply chain management policy to review or to amend so that we can be able to cater for cooperatives. As with the as for the social workers that are not servicing the area, I will be making a follow-up, and I'm noting all your comments that we have commented on. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
Honorable Shackleton, you can go on to ask the 9th question to the MEC for Social Development. Honorable Shackleton.
You got to Shackleton, not to
Honorable Shackleton, are you in the house? Are you in the meeting? Sitting, rather.
Thank you. Through you to the MEC for Community Safety. Regarding the availability of PPE equipment, would the MEC please indicate the following? 1, do all police stations in Gauteng have adequate PPE supplies? 2, if not, which stations do not have adequate PPE supplies? 3, what are the reasons for this? I hope you can still hear me.
Is that on?
Deputy Speaker.
Is that on?
I lost. No, it seems I lost connection after question 3.
Okay. You still have more questions, right? Do you have a question 4? Honorable Member. Honorable MEC, did you capture the questions?
Yes, I have them in writing, Chair. Deputy Speaker.
Please respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Shackleton, for the question. In replying to your question is that yes, all police stations in Gauteng have adequate PPE supplies. And in addition, the provincial office have additional PPE supplies in storage if required. So in case a police station runs out of its PPE supplies, they don't have to wait or order whatever. They can simply go to their head office to go and collect whatever it is that they need. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, question 2, 3, 4, 5, they fall off. Bayadanki.
Honorable Member Shackleton, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark to make? Honorable Member Shackleton. We've lost him, eh? Okay.
No, Demrena is okay. Demrena is okay.
He's back. Okay. Let's go on to the next question. Honorable Member Nseke, to the MEC of Social Development.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to Ekurhuleni Food Bank, Ekurhuleni released a memo from one Pagamile Bengase from the Mayor's office on the 2nd July 2020, indicating that the food bank is closing. Considering this, could the MEC please indicate, does this food bank belong to Ekurhuleni municipality or the department? Why was this food bank closed? How are Ekurhuleni's residents being assisted since the closure of the food bank? How many food parcels have been distributed in Ekurhuleni since the closure of this food bank? And how many families have received food parcels since it was closed? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member Nseke, for the question. Response to question 1. The food bank that is closing belongs to the city of Ekurhuleni. The Gauteng Department of Social Development funded food bank continues to be operational. A response to question 2. I cannot speculate, unfortunately, Honorable Member, on the reasons why the food bank of Ekurhuleni closed. On question 3, the response is that the Department of Social Development funded food bank continues to operate in the region, and therefore the residents continue to be assisted within the available resources of the food bank. A response to question 4, the Department of Social Development has distributed 20,505 food parcels since the closure of the Ekurhuleni Regional Food Bank. The Department of Social Development has distributed 74,080 food parcels in the Ekurhuleni region to date. Answer to question 4, it's all the same as answer to question 5 is the same as a response to question 4. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nseke. Do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, I do, Deputy Speaker. 1, I don't understand how 4 and 5 can be answered the same, because my understanding is sometimes when a family is bigger, they get more than one food parcel. So that's the distinction I have an issue with. The second question, with regards to the MEC saying she can't answer on behalf of Ekurhuleni. MEC, before your time, I asked HOD on numerous occasions in the portfolio committee about the Ekurhuleni Food Bank, and she kept saying she's running a meeting with all the municipalities to ensure that all the food banks report to province. So I'm a bit worried when you now tell me today that you can't answer for Ekurhuleni and why they closed their food bank because they don't report to you. Yet the HOD in 2 portfolio committee meetings told me that she will make sure that the requests for food are centralized through province and don't go through that municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks as per in terms of the
Yes,
rule
Chair, I'm on the
134.
Thank you, Speaker. Beverly Badenhorst on the floor.
Yes, you can ask your question or short remark.
Okay. MEC, Ekurhuleni, there's a community in Ekurhuleni, they call that place Tukatole. Tukatole has not been serviced by the department, never has been, because I think people, when they see informal settlements, they don't care about that people living in that settlements. But please, MEC, I know you're new in this portfolio. Please, can you speak to this Department of Social Development, the people that's working there? Ask them to do their work or we're going to expose them. I'm going to expose them and it won't be nice. Please, I'm asking you, MEC. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I agree with Member Ntshehe. After the assessment by the social workers, normally the families will get more than 1 food parcel, but the maximum of 5 family members are getting 1 food parcel. That is why the distribution of per household is 20,505, and the households, meaning that the number of food parcels that were distributed is 74,080. And Honorable Member Badenhorst, I'm noting your comment, and I will be able to follow up. Then, with regard to municipalities reporting to the province with their food parcels, they have started reporting, Honorable Ntshehe, but the reasons for the food bank to close, that I cannot give an answer, because that answer will be lying with the municipality, and then we did not follow up. But in terms of them reporting, I think from the 19th of July, the municipalities and metros started to report to province in terms of distribution of food parcels. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon Member Ntshehe to read the 11th question to MEC Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Speaker. Excuse me, Speaker. Excuse me,
Yes.
Speaker. The MEC didn't answer me.
MEC, did you capture Honorable Badenhorst's question?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I said with regard to have comments with regard to the community that has never received a service. I'm noting that, and then I will be making a follow-up to check whether is it true or false that community never got a service from us as social development. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary.
Badenhorst.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to Tembisa Council for the Aged in Tembisa Ekurhuleni, how much money in rands and cents was used to build this facility? When was it opened? How many people could be accommodated in this facility? Why has this facility been closed? And please indicate any structural challenges in this facility which may have led to its closure. Please provide the maintenance schedule for this facility since it opened. Thank you.
Honorable Mutara, MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Honorable Ntshehe for the question. The response is as follows. The Tembisa Council for the Aged is a non-profit organization, an NPO. The facility was not constructed by the Department of Infrastructure Development or by the Department of Social Development. There has been correspondence between ourselves and the social development to ascertain this. Therefore, we are unable to respond to where the rest of the questions regarding the costs, as well as when was it opened or how big the facility is. The question seeking to ascertain why the facility was closed and the facility.
Honorable Mutara, you done? You were breaking in between. You done?
Oh,
okay.
Sorry. I was just saying that we are therefore unable to respond to how much was spent to build the facility, or when was it opened, or how big the facility is in terms of accommodation, or the reasons for it being closed, and the nature of the structural changes. Thank you. I'm done, Deputy Speaker.
Baya, thank you. Honorable Ntshehe, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Short remark, please, Deputy Speaker. Member Mutara, even if the department did not build this particular facility, what concerns me is there's a big placard outside that it was opened by MEC Mazibuko. So the fact that the department doesn't have any responsibilities to it is quite concerning. One, and this is supposed to cater for elderly people, and now it's just been closed and the department doesn't even want to know anything about what happened to it. that's like, for me, relinquishing responsibility. But thank you for your response.
In terms of Rule 1347, I open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks. None. Honorable Mutar, MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think just to indicate that what the information that we do have is that it was constructed by Ekurhuleni municipality, and I'm unable to comment on the opening of the facility by the MEC. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ramulifo, please read the 12th question to MEC for Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to irregular and under expenditure, will the MEC please indicate what measures put in place to avoid challenges raised by the Auditor General in previous financial years? Are the monitoring process in place to avoid any irregular and under expenditure? If so, what are these interventions? And please indicate how these interventions have assisted in combating underperformance and non-compliance with Treasury regulations. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Lisofi.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it, Member Ramlifo. We appreciate the questions that you've raised. Madam Speaker, we are working together with the Department of Treasury to ensure that at all times, the presentation of the issues that came out of the AG's report are attended to, monitored, and where we seek guidance, we receive guidance. This is very important to us so that we can at all times ensure that we don't fail in responding to some of the issues that have been presented to us. You'll recall that in terms of audits, there are areas where the auditor, that is the AG, has flagged matters that they feel that we need to attend to them. We want to assure Member Ramlifo and people of our province that all those particular matters are being attended to, and the department has ensured that all those particular issues are covered in everything that we are doing. The following actions have been taken: tracking of all contract expenditure, including commitments on purchase orders, monitor contract period of all contracts, early warning notification to be sent within 9 to 12 months of contract expiring, continuous support, advocacy and training of program managers, monitoring and early detection of potential irregular expenditure by ensuring compliance with checklist before transacting, alignment of procurement plans to strategic, operational, and annual performance plan of the department, as well as consequence management. With regards to under expenditure, there are no challenges raised by the Auditor General in the previous financial years related to under expenditure. In terms of question 2 that Member Ramlifo has raised, there are monitoring processes in place to reduce irregular expenditure and to minimize the risk of under expenditure. In terms of question 3, as indicated in question 1 above, the department, with regards to irregular expenditure, continues to promote a culture of compliance to supply chain management policies and procedures in acquiring goods and services. This includes, among others, the following: tracking of all contracts expenditure, including commitments on purchase orders, early warning notification, monitoring and early detection, and most importantly, consequence management. Measures have also been implemented to avoid irregular expenditure through independent reviews, which are conducted by the Risk Management Directorate, and any amount above 500,000, we automatically follow it up to ensure that all formal procedures have been attended to. For tenders, the department participates on an open tender process and also appoints independent reviewers to provide additional assurance before awards are made. The open tender process of including probity auditors also assists the department to ensure compliance with supply chain processes. We want to leave it there, Chair. That's the issues that Member Ramlifo has raised, and we really believe that we have responded to those issues and will make the answers available to Member Ramli. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Member Ramulifo, do you have a supplementary question to ask or a short remark to make?
Yes. Yes, Deputy Speaker. I think if what MEC is saying it's really what has been followed, I mean, means that we are likely to ensure are going to get clean audit at the end of the year. I mean, can also the MEC give us assurance that obvious with what is going on with regard to the COVID-19, tenders which are not going through. So the department has not gone through that process, as he has indicated that he has been following all the necessary procedures to avoid any irregular expenditure. If MEC can give us assurance that obvious when we look at the annual report, obviously things will not be actually raised because they will have been attended to.
Thank you. In terms of Rule 1347, I now open up for additional questions, supplementary questions or additional remarks. None. Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Ramlifo. Indeed, Member Ramlifo, the issues related to PPEs, you might be aware that the Department of Health was mandated to be the central procurer for all of us. This mandate has just been returned to the department, and we've indicated to the people that are leading the department that we must learn from the mistakes that we've seen from other government departments and other provinces, and that we must not find ourselves in the same situation. And I've been assured by the administrators that will ensure that everything is done according to the book. There's fairness, there's transparency as well. We also intend to ensure that all those people that we award PPEs related tenders, that information is made public on our website, because our people need to know who have got this kind of tenders. The last part, Member Ramlif, indeed, we are working very hard. You are quite aware that in the last 6 years or so, we have not been receiving major negative audit outcomes. We are working very hard to at least touch that clean audit at one stage. But this kind of things can be assured, but we are working very hard with the systems that we put in place, the support that we are receiving from Department of Treasury, as well as other departments that are executing responsibilities on our behalf, in particular Department of Infrastructure Development. We really believe we might touch that clean audit during our lifetime. Thank you so much. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Question 11.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to occupational health and safety compliance, will the MEC please indicate, has the department used the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to assess compliance? If not, why? If yes, has the department conducted an audit to ensure that all department buildings, schools, and offices included are complying? And has the department made assessment on estimate costs to ensure that all schools and offices are complying? And if so, how have this assessment assisted the department so far? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Ramlifo. Indeed, the department has used the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to assess compliance within the department. Following the outbreak of the pandemic and the declaration of the state of national disaster by the President on the 15th of March 2020, the department has embarked on the following. One, establishment of a COVID steering committee led by the OHS Management Committee Chairperson with representation of the provincial organized labor. This also culminated to the establishment of a subcommittee that attended to matters related to schools, districts, and other services that are rendered by the department, like school nutrition, scholar transport, employee benefits, and other related matters. Two, that we issued circular number 3 of 2020, and OHS memos were issued giving guidance to all stakeholders on the management of OHS in the wake of the COVID-19. Number 3, the preparation included training of all senior managers from both district and head office, executive district management teams, frontline staff, security personnel, GCRA trainers, and essential workers, including general assistants, on OHS protocols with respect to the COVID-19. This was done to ensure that all OHS matters are complied with at both head office, district office, including satellite office. 4, each building was required to identify an isolation room as part of COVID-19 protocols. 5, the GDE COVID-19 booklet was also developed and ratified by GDE COVID-19 Steering Committee and distributed to all our institutions. 6, the risk assessment was duly conducted and a report was submitted to Office of the Premier with clear business continuity plan led by the Chief Risk Officer. 7, the department issued guidelines for social distancing. These were issued as Circular 7 of 2020. The purpose of the circular was to assist all our schools with the reorganization of their classrooms to comply with the social distancing requirements. These guidelines were issued with a tool to assist with the number of maximum learners that can be accommodated in teaching space based on its size and the furniture use. 8, the department issued guidelines for schools that have water-related challenges. The purpose of this memo was to inform schools of the procedures to be followed when challenges are experienced with bulk water supply and pollution facilities. 9, the department issued directives regarding the COVID-19 procedures for cleaning and disinfecting education facilities. These were issued as Circular number 6 of 2020. In terms of what I've just presented to you, Member Namlifo, your question 2 will fall off. In terms of question 3, yes, the department conducted an audit to comply with all protocols in terms of buildings and schools. And this was done through assessments of and physical inspection of readiness in our district head office and where possible, some of our schools. Physical marking for social distancing were done in all our facilities to curb the spread of the virus, and the offices were also assessed on the availability and storage of PPEs. This process is monitored on a continuous basis to ensure that the OHS compliance is adhered to, including procurement and provision of PPEs, the availability of isolation rooms. It must also be noted that the Office of the Premier and other government, provincial government, also conduct site audits as a peer review mechanism to identify challenges and make recommendations and best practices. There are other various monitoring platforms to check compliance as it relates to the infrastructure guidelines issued by GDE. This includes, but not limited to, oversight committee visits by the portfolio committee, deployment of MECs, visit by oversight structures of the National Department of Education, Chapter 9 institutions, GDE internal monitoring visit, as well as various audits done by Auditor General of South Africa and other institutions. In terms of question 4, yes, the department made assessment on estimate cost to ensure that all schools and offices are complying, and the department has done so to ensure that the budget is reprioritized and it's used to fund the COVID-related expenditures, especially items such as PPEs, deep cleaning, disinfection of affected areas, and maintenance of facilities to ensure compliance. Thank you so much, Deputy Madam Speaker.
In terms of Rule 1347, I'd like to open up for supplementary questions or additional remarks. There are none. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mpata.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable MEC. Let me now call upon Honorable Member Engelbrecht to read the 14th question to the MEC for Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, and Rural Development. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you very much. Regarding the pollution in the Bonero Park Ekurhuleni wetland, could the MEC please indicate what steps has the department taken to stem the flow of pollution into this wetland? Has the establishment of the jewelry manufacturing precinct added to the pollution problem? If yes, how so, and what will be done to stop this? Has any action been taken against private individuals or businesses found to have been polluting this wetland? And does the department have a rehabilitation plan for this wetland? And if so, please provide the timeframes for this.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Musupye, your response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you very much to the Honorable Member for the question. In relation to question 1, the response is that the department undertakes ongoing wetland assessments in the province. And this is informed by the outcome of the assessment. The department develops a wetland rehabilitation plan, and based on the availability of resources, the department undertakes 2 or 3 wetland rehabilitations per annum in partnership with the National Department of Water and Sanitation. Notwithstanding the above, the department also responds to public inquiries regarding pollution of wetlands and undertakes appropriate action. A site inspection has been conducted on the 6th of August this year to investigate the flow of pollution into the park. This matter is receiving urgent attention and ongoing monitoring from the department. The necessary interventions will be implemented upon completion of the investigation. Response to question 2, Honorable Member. Currently, the department is still investigating the cause of pollution. Once the department has established through laboratory water analysis the cause of the pollution, it will issue a directive to stop the pollution activity and may direct the polluter to undertake remedial action in line with the polluter pay principle. The response to question number 3 is that if any establishment is found to be adding to the pollution problem, legal enforcement action will be executed as stated above. Response to question number 4, Honorable Member, no action has been taken at this stage until further investigations could establish the source of any pollution. Question 5 response is that there are no rehabilitation plans for this particular site in question in the current financial year. Once investigations are concluded, rehabilitation plan will be put in place, or Section 28 of the NEMA will be enforced to the perpetrators. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Engelbrecht, you are not obliged, but if you have any supplementary question, you can.
I do, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the MEC for the answers. As a supplementary question, I would like to pose that it is a well-known fact that the dilapidated sewage lines in the immediate area is responsible for raw sewage spilling into the wetland. And according to the National Environmental Management Act, it is regarded as a criminal offence not to remedy the situation. What has the department done in terms of its constitutional duty to intervene in this situation? Has any assistance been given to or action been taken against the Ekurhuleni Metro in this regard? If not, why not? And what will be done and by when? Thank you.
I don't see any hand from other members. I take it they are covered, or I see Honorable Dilange before the MEC responds on the floor.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair, Acting Chair. I just want to know on the sewer that's polluting the area in Ekurhuleni and downwards into the river. We have also seen that there was some oversight visits from National, and then there were a big, if I can call it a hoo-ha about how they're going to fix the problem and how they're going to work with province and the municipality, and absolutely nothing has happened. Is there any feedback for us at this stage as to the actions to resolve this issue? Because certainly now with the COVID and with the pandemic and viruses and stuff, it is actually an even bigger threat to the people.
I take it, let me give it to the MEC to respond. MEC?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And once again, thank you for the questions, honorable members. Deputy Chair, if you allow me, let me start with the last question from Honorable Delange. And in general terms, I would say I agree with the members that the pollution by dilapidated sewer infrastructure has a negative impact on wetlands and waterways and rivers in the department. And the department has, like the member has alluded, is working with the national department and municipalities to resolve the problem. Where member has alluded, the work that is done between national and province, I can provide the member with information directly to herself, detailed information of where we are in terms of work that has been done and what plans we are having going forward. But I'd also appreciate if the member could note the fact that all budgets were affected by the pandemic. And yes, indeed, we had to revise some of the budgets, but that does not mean that we are going to ignore our responsibilities. The questions that were asked, the follow-up questions that were asked by Honorable Delange, Engelbrecht, on work that is being done, that I also feel I should provide the member with detailed information. I will do, but just to give you an indication, Honorable Engelbrecht, is that several citations were given to the municipality, but we don't only issue citations, we also give them information on what is it that they need to do to adhere to the protocols in line. So I will provide you with information, detailed information on that. And I think that covers both the questions that you asked in terms of action taken against Ekurhuleni municipality. Yes, there has been also, maybe in addition, there's been action that was taken against the municipality, but once again, let me provide you with detailed information on that. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Now we go to the fourth item. That is the written questions for oral explanations. That is in terms of Rule 137.5. In this case, if a particular question was not really replied to within a particular time frame, the relevant member of the Executive Council has to provide an oral explanation to the House. In this case, I would like to call upon the MEC Mazibuko to kindly explain to the House why question numbers 5.PS011, 012, 015, and 026 was not responded to. Honorable MEC.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs. I have provided evidence to Speaker last night that those questions were answered and the register of the person who received those answers. I don't know whether it's a man or a woman, but the name is Kukuletu. And they were submitted on time in March, Chair of Chairs. I have provided that evidence. So if that can actually be checked, because I even have proof that I've sent to the Speaker to prove that those questions were responded to and answers were submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We'll follow up that and then we'll double check. I hope we'll get all the response regarding these questions. Now we move to the fifth item. And the fifth item is an urgent question to the Premier, according to Rule 135.1. And I'm going to call upon Honorable Member Kanyile to read his question to the Premier. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In the light of concerns by the people of Gauteng about the reported possible rise in unemployment, which has a potential to lead to poverty and further inequality, all this as a result of the possibility of most resources being directed towards fighting COVID-19, will the Premier indicate, one, can the people of Gauteng still hope that as the fight against COVID-19 is intensified, GGT 2030 will still be relevant to address their concerns on possible unemployment, poverty, and inequality? Two, what is the national government's attitude towards working with GPG in this regard? And lastly, what is the Office of the Premier doing to address allegations of PPE procurement to bring back the confidence of the people of Gauteng that where similar allegations may arise in the implementation of GGT 2030 projects, that the Premier will act decisively? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Let me now call upon the Honorable Premier to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs and Honorable Kanyile, for the question. Let me, in dealing with this question, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I would first like to thank all the members, joining the Speaker basically to thank all the members in the House who gave us well wishes and who prayed for us when during the battle with COVID-19. It's not only for me, but there are several members in the House who also were infected with COVID-19. Your support is really deeply appreciated. Those messages meant a lot and speeded our recovery. I also want to appreciate the recovery of many in our province, including some of the members of the House. But we have lost also a lot of people in our province. I'll come back to that soon. We convey our condolences to the bereaved families who have lost their loved ones, especially in the battle with COVID-19. I joined the Speaker in conveying our appreciation to how members of the Gauteng legislature comforted the family of our member, the member of this House who has departed, Honorable Matsena, and up to those who were able from different parties to join the family at the funeral. I also want to take the opportunity to convey our condolences to the family of our stalwart, Ambassador John Kadimeng Seaparangwe Isitwalandwe, who passed on also this week. And lastly, observe and convey to the women of our province, Happy Women's Month. I'm bringing these issues only now because Honorable Kanyile's question essentially revolves around whether the people of our province should continue to have hope even under the circumstances that COVID has impacted on us. I want to say, Honorable Kanyile, that there is every reason for the people of our province to continue to have hope. Hope first, even before we talk about taking to its logical conclusion GGT 2030. Hope first that we shall overcome. This too shall pass, and the COVID-19
storm shall pass. And I'm saying this because in the 2 months of June and July, our province went through the eye of the storm. It was a terrific period. We had come out of April, May, having managed COVID-19 well. The numbers were going down. The surge and outbreak started to happen in the Western Cape and then the Eastern Cape. And then it joined our province, and June and July was really difficult month. The 2 months were quite difficult in terms of loss of life, but also the number of people who were infected. We are in August now, we are in early August. There's reason to be optimistic, and that reason is born out of the fact that all the science of COVID-19, both the scientists and the public health workers themselves who are participating in this, are sending us a message. A lot of public health workers who were infected by COVID have recovered. There was a period where we had 50%, we had clinics and hospitals running at 50% because of the number of infections. The infections got into the police services as well. They got into the schools. The number of teachers who were infected the numbers were huge. The recovery rate at the moment is at 75%. This is very good. Out of the latest numbers, we have a recovery rate of 75%. The mortality, the fatality rate, the case fatality rate, which is the case fatality rate has to do with how many people have passed on relative to those infected. Is in our province is still low. We know that there are numbers that have come from the NICD and the Medical Research Council about the unaccounted for deaths in across the country. Our case fatality rate is still at 1.3%. We know in the last 3 weeks, the daily infection rate has moved from a point where we had 6,000 cases in one day, has moved from that to under 2,000 cases in the province. So the surge that we have warned about, the peak that we have warned about, what we have now, we're experiencing a decline, a significant decline, and both the minister and the National Advisory Council, as well as our own Provincial Advisory Council, is saying maybe this may be the first, we may have been through the first wave, maybe another wave will come, but the peak may not be what it was anticipated before. I want to deal with this because it has implications in dealing with the economy, which is the dimension of Honorable Kanyile's question. So the emphasis is that what is happening, what is the trend in the country at the moment? We have the hospital admissions have dropped by 30% in our province. In other words, the number of people at the highest point of the surge, where we had up to 6,000, 7,000 people admitted in both the public and private sector. The hospital admissions have dropped now. When we checked, they are just around 4,000. It's still high in terms of where we were in May, but our hospitals are generally coping as we speak now. This is the feedback from the clinicians themselves, that including the fact that a lot of healthcare workers who were sick, who were infected at the rough period of the storm in June, July, most of them have come back. So the capacity is there. Of course, we must still do more. We must increase the human resources. The infrastructure rollout, additional beds are coming on stream almost every day now. We have additional beds that we had planned in our existing hospitals. Those additional beds are coming on stream almost on a daily basis, and that work is getting completed. The issues also around the field hospital. We're meeting with the national team from the Department of Health. They are looking at all the provinces, given what is happening with the pandemic now, given the trajectory that the pandemic, the graph is not flattening, it's declining. There are issues that National Health is discussing with all the provinces about what do you do with whether you need to continue to add additional new hospitals. This question is facing every province, the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and even us. So the national team from the minister is advising us whether we must continue to add more beds on the field hospital, given what the pandemic is doing. But I want to say that we don't want to say that we are over the worst, because the scientists are now saying, the modeling team is now saying that the peak may not be the way it was projected before. The dynamic, the epidemiology of every pandemic or epidemic has got its own unique. So initially, the Western Cape was not anticipated to come early. It was anticipated to come later. It came early. Gauteng was anticipated to have been the one that would have a big surge. We didn't. We came later after the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. And we now know the surge is happening in KwaZulu-Natal. Initially, the scientists would have said it would be Gauteng, it would be KwaZulu-Natal, it would be the Western Cape, and then the others would follow. But the pandemic took its own course. So the point I'm making is that we are, Honorable Khanyile, there is reason to be optimistic, firstly, in terms of managing the pandemic. Yes, there's been loss of life. Yes, there's been lots of infections, but also there's been 75% recovery in Gauteng province as I speak today. So there's also been interventions on food security that also give hope to more than 2 million people in our province were able to be assisted. We know there were issues at the beginning. I briefed leaders of parties every week with the MECs. Even with that, there's still people now who are going through difficulties, but some of the national interventions like the COVID grant would be able to help in that. So all these things were informed by our strategy. Our strategy was composed of the comprehensive health response. Firstly, getting the healthcare system in Gauteng to be organized in a way that will enhance the response, increase the number of healthcare workers. We were able to take in all the community healthcare workers. A big issue in the past. They've always been a problem. We've been able to add more than 400 professional healthcare workers additional for this period in preparation for the peak. We have also been able to deal with the issues of infrastructure. Of course, this progress and the achievement have on the other hand been dwarfed and undermined by the PPE corruption, which is being dealt with. Honorable Khanyile's last question is on corruption, which I will come back to. So yes, now, given the trajectory of the pandemic, including that we call for additional measures, those additional measures strengthening the non-pharmaceutical interventions, restricting the sale of alcohol, those things helped to free the beds. But when the pandemic's trajectory improves, and when the infections go down, and when the residents comply more, we've had a period where they were not complying with the issues of funerals. People were doing parties, they were doing marches, but at the moment there's better compliance. When this happens, when the situation improves, it means that we can focus also on additional measures on the economy. And therefore, Honorable Khanyile, the people of our province can be optimistic that as we manage the COVID-19 threat better, which we want to continue to manage better, we want to continue to improve even as we go to the peak, continue to reduce infections, daily infections, improve recoveries, save more lives through the investment in this. But the big issue, I think, is also dealing with the corruption where it has happened. So this also gives us an opportunity that the economic recovery and reconstruction becomes a critical focus. So in the last EXCO, our Executive Council has also been focusing on the measures that we now need to bring back. And that's why I was saying earlier on to the question by Honorable Ledwaba that infrastructure-led reconstruction and inclusive growth is what we are focusing on. So GGT 2030 is what we are focusing on now, on fast-tracking it. We have had interaction with our regions, stroke districts, municipalities in the Val around pursuing the special economic zone there, reviving that process. In Tshwane, about reviving the good progress is showing up on the special economic zone in Tshwane. And some of the new nodes like the intervention of new cities and new nodes like Lanseria, there's work happening around those. There's also further work being done around stimulating areas like the West Rand. That's the key project for the West Rand, as we know, is the special agro-processing zone. And so our team, the Department of Economic Development and the Premier's Office are essentially doing a lot of work with other sectors to look at how to activate now that the pandemic is under control, because again, it's just logical. If the pandemic gets out of control, you will go back to shutting down the economy, like we have seen in other parts of the world. We have seen it in America, we have seen it in Europe, we have seen it in Asia. We've also seen it in Latin America, where they have reopened, even the schools, they have reopened. When the surge happens or when the second wave comes back, they are forced to close down even certain sectors of the economy. The Italians are facing the same situation, the Spanish, and then it happened in South Korea as well, where they've reopened. Some states in the United States which had reopened are now facing the big surge, what's the second wave, and they had to close down. So basically, Honorable Khanyile, yes, we are focusing on driving, growing Gauteng together and all its initiatives, including the township economy, including supporting the SMMEs in our province to move forward. But you can only do that you pace the work you are doing in the economy must be paced with what's happening with the trajectory of the pandemic. So when there are more improvements with the outlook and the daily progression of the pandemic, it gives us an opportunity to do more work on the economy. But when the pandemic resurges, when the resurgence happens, when the numbers in the infections increases again, you are bound to close down the schools, you are bound to close down some of the sectors. This is an art, both an art and a science. How you deal with the economic issues as well as the health issues must always be a balance, because I don't believe in the provincial government that doesn't belong to a school of thought where we say the economy first and health later, or health is the only thing of concern. We know that the impact of the pandemic has also been severe on the livelihoods of people. And in many instances, major projects, infrastructure projects in our province, together with the private sector, in the construction space. Those have been delayed, but in the last few weeks, we have been reviving those. So basically what I can say, Honorable Khanyile, is that we are going back to the drawing boards. We are bringing back those plans, but it is at which pace you do that is a function of what the pandemic is doing. So we must be happy when there's improvements. We must be happy when there is a lower rate of infection. We must be happy when our hospitals are coping. We must be happy because then it helps us to focus on ensuring that the economy opens more and more. I know the president is going to be speaking soon, probably by the end of this week. There may be additional announcements he makes. As the situation, and when there's more compliance amongst our people with the COVID pandemic, and when the hotspots in Gauteng, when those hotspots are dying down, and I must tell you, we are monitoring the hotspots every week, what's happening, what's the daily infection rate in each hotspot, in each district. When the hotspots are flattening a little bit and what the scientists call running their own course. When you have a hotspot like Soweto, which has been the big one recently, or a hotspot like Atteridgeville in Tshwane, or a hotspot like Mirafong in the West Rand, or a hotspot like Sebokeng in the Vaal, or a hotspot in Ekurhuleni, a hotspot like Alberton area. When the hotspots are flattening down, when they run their course, as the scientists and modelers are saying, what was a hotspot begin, the numbers begin to, the infection begin to go down, and there's an increase in recoveries, and also people are more aware. When that happens, it gives us hope. But those things are not happening just on their own. There's also a very aggressive program on the ground, what we call the ward-based response to COVID, the war rooms at ward level, but also our health workers, which include the Cuban brigades, are now going out in communities, sending messages about people wearing their masks, social distancing, but also advising communities on the number of infections happening in the areas where the infections are more. These brigades on the ground, these war rooms on the ground are helping to direct communities to say, we have a problem in our area. They went to Mayfair inner city. We had a big problem in June. They've been there. We have had a big problem in Orange Farm. They had been there. So these interventions, Honorable Khanyile, help us to focus on economic revival, economic reconstruction, economic regeneration, and economic recovery in that kind of way, which I think the people of our province must be reassured that all the projects and the initiatives that were announced in GGT 2030, all the infrastructure projects that were announced in GGT 2030, we are going back to them. In the budget review and adjustment, we made sure that we don't shift resources. As we deal with health, yes, more resources for the health response and the social security response, but we said we must maintain the investment focus and the infrastructure projects so that our special economic zone, the revitalization of the industrial parks, which are the key things to get our economy going, and the major thrust of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, which is the backbone of GGT 2030. All those things must happen at the same time. As I say, how soon we move depends on the trajectory of the pandemic. So the scientists are now saying to us that we might have a peak that is longer. Instead of one big peak in August, September, they're saying we may have a flat peak that goes right up to November, where we have the infections are happening, but they are not. It's not a once-off upshoot. There are new infections, but they happen. If you look at the Western Cape graph, The Western Cape graph is what's called the long burnout. It's a peak of a special type. It's long, the infections are still happening, but they are fewer, but they are over a longer period of time. The Eastern Cape graph is also following the same. It doesn't shoot up quickly like the Gauteng one with many infections in June, July. It's now flatter, but the infections and death are still happening over a longer period and over a protracted period. You would still have infections that are not as many as they were earlier on, but they would run through August, they will run through September, October. So our modeling team says that the peak may happen over a protracted period. What does that mean for the economic programs? It means that we have to reopen the economy simultaneously, including education, taking into account that there must be interventions, not to go back to where the numbers go very high. We have to live with the pandemic and manage it better. We have to ensure that our hospitals can cope with the admissions. We have additional capacity for oxygen and ventilators. We have additional capacity for beds wherever people need additional oxygen. In that kind of way.
You can lose a case.
Deputy Speaker, can you mute? Okay, continue, Premier.
So reopening the economy more and more, as I say, and making sure that we implement all our infrastructure and economic programs to ensure that our people who have lost jobs are able to have hope that we are doing something. It's over this. It's the work we are doing. We are focusing on during this month in particular of August. We are going to do more engagement with various sectors to say to them, especially if the president was to announce that some of the, especially the construction sector, people in the construction sector can return to work. We can do more infrastructure projects, and in the process also some of the sectors that were not open can do much more work so that we can have more people who are employed. I must say the last issue is that these projects must be, we must immunate them. We must ensure they are immunized from corruption. And I'm using the word immunization because we are dealing with health. This is the health story and the pandemic. Immunization of our programs from corruption requires that firstly we must return. We are now returning back to the open tender system, which has worked very, very well for us. The open tender system is going to be applied. The good thing is that the national minister has also scrapped all those emergency procurement measures which got abused, which got created an opportunity for the looters and the hyenas to come in. In our province, we are going back to the open tender system on all this to immunize this project. And secondly, we are also going to, having been the champion of the open tender system, we are now taking to our EXCO meeting a system where all the tenders will also be published, not just PPE tenders, that to introduce a system where the public has the right to know. Now that we are the champion of the open tender system. When things have gone through the open tender system, there must also be monthly reports on which department has awarded what tenders, so that members of the public who are interested in this information can see which tenders have been awarded. As I say, the open tender system for us is our insurance, because what we have gone through with the PPE corruption is something that has dented the image of our province. It has reversed the gains we have made over a long time, including the work we have done to regain public confidence on how we use the resources in our province. But this is a battle, Honorable Khanyile, this is a battle we are ready to fight on. I can tell you that even if those who want to reverse, who want to fight back this battle, use fake news. The point about fake news is that those who are using fake news don't want us to go and uncover the malfeasance and corruption. They think that if they use fake news to attack members of our government who are innocent, who have not done things, they think that will destroy the focus or sidetrack the focus on the real thugs and real criminals who plot and work very, very hard to ensure that they undermine government systems and they essentially create a culture of looting. I am saying, reassuring you, Honorable Khanyile, that as we pursue GGT 2030, as we also fight against COVID-19, the battle against corruption is the battle we can't lose. This is that the time to ensure that we win this battle is now. It cannot be time to retreat. Even if people go and use all kind of fake news to try and smear those who are involved in this battle, and I say, including smearing people who are innocent, they will not win. And that's why I want to caution members of this House, like I said about Honorable Bloom. People received information that is concocted and cooked by people who themselves are going to face prison and jail because they've done wrong things. If you take that information, you yourself become a spreader of it. You must know that you are aiding and enabling corruption, and fake news is a crime, and we must deal with that, because we must do so that those of us who are doing wrong things must be uncovered and must face the music. But to try and bring fake news to try and subtract the real fight against corruption is an injustice that we can't allow. And that's why I was harsh on Honorable Bloom earlier on. Himself, who has been spreading fake news, it is not right. You may do it innocently, but it is not right. Honorable members must be honorable. If I have done something wrong, go and open a case against me or go to the state institutions. But to spread fake news is to undermine the real battle against the corrupt and the thieves. So, Honorable Khanyile, we will fight this battle as we revive the economy and as we confront coronavirus in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Let me now take this opportunity and give it to Honorable Khanyile. You are at liberty to ask a supplementary question or a short remark.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think that I must acknowledge the fact that from the Premier's response, there is an acknowledgement that there's a need to balance the two, the fight against COVID, ensuring that the future of the community of Gauteng is still secured. Secondly, I think that it will be important that as the Premier continue with this background in work that they are doing to try and revive the economy and the work that he says they've begun to undertake as the EXCO, that there must also be continuous engagement with or communication to the people of Gauteng. Because what we know is that informed communities contribute to success, but ignorant communities contribute to diverting focus on important things. The third thing I want to raise, David Chair of Chairs, is that I hope that this information that you are giving us will also be able to process it as the legislature as we deal with the revised budget. It will help us as different committees to look into that, because there's a need for us to ensure that our communities, the economy and our communities issues are raised. The last thing I want to raise, Chair, is that I'm glad that the Premier is raising the issue that they'll also be going back to things like open tender and announcing that there's going to be who are the people that would have received, not just only on PPEs, but generally. Because what is clear is that we have seen that capacity of openness has a capacity to limit perceptions, but direct that to focus on facts and reality. So our communities will not just, because all these allegations sometimes, if actually those that are unfounded, are based on the fact that there's no openness, and if you're committed to that, it's appreciated. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. And let me exploit Rule 135.1 and allow other members who wanted to bite. It is also their bone to chew. And in the absent, I'll take it back to the Premier just to respond to the comment of Honorable Kanyile.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I accept Honorable Kanyile's observations. We will communicate more with communities about what we are doing on the economy side and reviving the economy. I accept the rest of the issues that he is raising about sharing with the legislature as well. It is something that we are absolutely committed, especially as the governing party would like us to really recheck the Gauteng economy, and I have that very clear mandate that over the next few weeks and months, even as we tackle the pandemic, the story of the Gauteng economy must occupy the center stage of all those interventions. I have that express mandate from the governing party that we need to do a lot more work on the economy to sustain hope amongst our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. We are now getting to the last but one item, which is introduction of the Gauteng Community Safety Bill, according to, that is G003 2020. And then I'm now going to call upon, that is Honorable Moody, to introduce the Gauteng Community Safety Bill. Honorable Moody.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members, today I have the privilege to introduce the Community Safety Oversight Bill to this august House. I have every confidence that its adoption will go a long way to strengthening our fight against crime, which is spiraling out of control in Gauteng. The latest crime statistics confirm that what many of us already know, that crime is on the rise and its impact is devastating our communities, our families, and our loved ones. An effective and efficient police service will achieve increased levels of safety and an open society that is free from fear of crime. The functions of oversight are, in terms of this bill, focused on detecting patterns and practices of police conduct, identifying systemic failures in the police system, and making recommendations on how best to improve policing in Gauteng. The oversight functions in respect of the monitoring of police conduct and assessment of the police service are also addressed in this bill. The way the province addresses complaints received from communities about police inefficiency will be significantly enhanced through the introduction of the Provincial Police Ombudsman, who is duly empowered by the bill to effectively address such complaints. The Ombudsman will also be tasked to investigate any breakdown relations between the police and the community. The introduction of an integrated information system will enable the province to collect information to be considered by the provincial executive in determining the province's policing needs and priorities. The intention is to move away from the current practice of determining policing needs primarily on the basis of crime statistics and to follow a more holistic approach to determine whether policing needs are based on information obtained in partnership with communities, civil society, and other spheres of government, business, and the like. The bill supports the development and establishment of partnerships with the business community and other role players and the accreditation and support of neighborhood watches aimed at increasing capacity for innovation, cooperation, and the development of safety initiatives to promote good relations between the police and the communities. The bill will address other aspects such as the reporting to the MEC by the Provincial Commissioner of the SAPS and the various executive heads of municipal police services. The legislative mandate given to the MEC in sections 19, subsections 1, sections 20, subsection 1, and 21, subsection 1 of the South African Police Services Act of 1995, that is Act 68 of 1995, enabling the MEC to issue directives for the establishment of community police forums and boards, is amplified in this bill in order to promote good relations between the SAPS and communities. In the spirit of the Constitution, the bill reiterates the principles of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations in general, and more specifically between the Civilian Secretariat and the province. The bill also establishes a Provincial Safety Advisory Committee to advise the MEC on functions, strategies, and policies. We need smarter and more effective policing, and this bill will give expression to just that. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I will now take the opportunity to just briefly go through the bill itself and highlight specific aspects that I believe members should know about. I'll also encourage members to just read through the bill to just see how it will actually enhance policing and also relationships between the police and communities. The bill is to provide for the carrying out and the regulation of the functions of the province and the Department of Community Safety under Chapter 11 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996, to provide for the support and cooperation of the Civilian Secretariat and the Provincial Secretariat established in terms of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services Act number 2 of 2011, to provide for directives for the establishment of community police forums and boards in terms of the South African Police Services Act number 68 of 1995, to provide for the accreditation of organizations and associations as neighborhood watches, to provide for partnerships with community organizations, to establish and maintain an integrated information system and a database of organizations, to provide for the voluntary registration of security services providers on the database of organizations, to establish the Office of the Gauteng Provincial Police Ombudsman, to investigate complaints regarding the police, to regulate reporting on the police service, to establish the Provincial Safety Advisory Committee, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. I will now move over to the functions of the MEC, more so for noting, because as indicated earlier on, this bill is about enhancing and assisting the MEC and this House in terms of its oversight of the SAPS and also of making the SAPS more effective, and in terms of its strategies by bringing in the private sector to assist. And one of the issues that relates to that is the identify and address specific police oversight issues which other bodies involved in police oversight do not address, and then also to liaise with and facilitate cooperation among stakeholders with an interest in the exercise and performance of the powers and functions in terms of this Act. In terms of monitoring and oversight and assessment of policing services, this bill also seeks to further subscribe to the Section 13, subsection 11 of the South African Police Services Act to authorize employees of the department to act in terms of its functions that will meet the criteria as indicated earlier on. It also deals with the directives for the establishment of community police forums and boards. And in this instance, I'd like to read: in order to promote good relations between the South African Police Service and the community, the MEC may issue directives regarding the establishment of community police forums and boards in terms of sections 19, subsections 1, 20, subsection 1, 21, subsection 1 of the South African Police Services Act, including directives the requirements of identifying relevant community organizations, institutions, and interest groups to form part of a community police forum on board. And it speaks to the functions and the powers that the MEC already has. But here's the thing, in terms of accreditation and support of neighborhood watches, any organization or association that operates not for gain as a voluntary organization or association comprises members who are residents, tenants, or owners of immovable property, or with any other relevant interest in the area where the organization or association operates, and has the purpose of safeguarding its members, the immovable and other property against crime and other safety concerns in the area where the organization or association operates, may apply to the MEC in the prescribed form for accreditation as a neighborhood watch. And here's where the MEC steps in. The MEC must request the police official in charge of the police station in the area within which the organization or association operates, and may request any other organization to comment within the period stipulated in the request on the proposed accreditation of the organization or association as a neighborhood watch in that area. If the police official or an organization fails to comment within the stated period referred to in subsection 2, the police or the organization regarded as having no comment on the proposed accreditation of the organization or association. The MEC may require further information from the organization or association in support of the application. What this speaks to, members, is that the MEC will have the right and the privilege to accredit any such organizations as neighborhood watches. And then after considering the application, the MEC also has the right to ensure that that these neighborhood watchers then supply the MEC with relevant information that the MEC may need, such as the criteria of the membership of the neighborhood watch and the conduct of its members, the structures of a neighborhood watch, and the control and use of funds of a neighborhood watch, and whether the organization or association cooperates with the community police forum in the area. What this speaks to is to prevent militia from forming, and also other organizations that take, such as vigilante groups, that could take the law into their own hands and form a better and tighter control and relationship between the SAPS communities, and of course overseen by the MEC's office. It then furthermore speaks to the fact that the MEC must keep a register of neighborhood watches and make the register available for inspection to any interested person at his or her request and on payment of the prescribed fee. Now, it speaks to what a neighborhood watch must do. The neighborhood watch must renew its accreditation every 2 years in the prescribed manner, failing which the accreditation will lapse, report in the prescribed manner and within the prescribed period to the MEC on safety concerns and crime incidents in the area where the neighborhood watch operates, the activities of the neighborhood watch, and any prescribed matter required by the MEC to determining policing needs and priorities and the effectiveness and efficiency of the police service. Such neighborhood watch must also keep record of the matters contemplated as above, and preserve the records contemplated above for at least 5 years from the date of recording. It then goes further on, the Act, and it talks about the formulation of a database in partnership with community organizations with the objective to promote good relations between the police and communities in the province and the head of department. And it continues then to speak about maintaining of a database of community organizations involved in the field of policing, support of victims of crime, crime prevention, or community safety. Assist community organizations on the database by providing support, information, training, and resources. And of course, subject to any law governing the award of contracts by the province, to the concurrence of the MEC responsible for finance, enter into a contract with any party to design, finance, or operate any community safety initiative or partnership to achieve the purposes of this Act. It continues with the integrated information system, which will be a database that the MEC's office will establish and maintain, And it also speaks to how the MEC may consult with the Civilian Secretariat and the Provincial Secretariat regarding the integrated information system to ensure the integration of information with any safety models and monitoring tools developed by the Provincial Secretariat as contemplated in Section 17, Subsection 2 of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Act of 2011. And it then speaks to what the system must provide for, and it also ensures that the information is kept safe, and also it deals with the incorporation of information in the report contemplated by Section 6, subsection 10B, and Section 7, subsections 2, and Sections 8, subsection 7A, 7 and A. And the analysis of the number and nature of complaints relating to the police received by the Ombudsman in terms of Section 16, organs of state, community police forums, and other institutions. Deputy Chair of Chairs, it speaks about the confidentiality and the disclosure of this information so as to ensure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. But here's the crux of this proposed act, which is the establishment of the Office of the Gauteng Provincial Police Ombudsman. That is Section 10 of this Act. The Office of the Gauteng Provincial Police Ombudsman is established in the department. The staff members required for the performance of the functions of the Ombudsman are appointed in terms of the Public Services Act of 1994. The police and employees of the department and of any other organ of state must cooperate with and assist the Ombudsman and staff members of the Ombudsman in the performance of their functions in terms of this Act, which includes providing them with reasonable access to any buildings, premises, vehicles, property information, or documents under control of the organ of state concerned. The appointment of the Ombudsman, the Premier must appoint a suitably qualified, fit and proper person with experience in the field of law or policing as the Gauteng Provincial Police Ombudsman. The Ombudsman is appointed by the Premier after consultation with the MEC, the Provincial Commissioner, and the executive heads of municipal and police services, and subject to approval by the Provincial Legislature's Portfolio Committee responsible for community safety by a resolution adopted in accordance with its rules. And then it speaks to the remuneration as well. And of course, the Ombudsman will be appointed for a non-renewable term, not exceeding 5 years. The Premier may, on good cause, as shown, this speaks to, and that is after consultation with the persons referred to in subsection 2, that A above, terminate the contract. And of course, the Ombudsman may, in the performance of his or her functions, also then decide that they may want to end the contract by means of a letter. Of course, it also speaks to the finances because of the fact that it will be an expense incurred, and the expenditure in connection with the function of the Ombudsman must be funded from monies appropriated by the Provincial Legislature for this purpose as part of the budget vote for the department. And the department must, subject to the laws governing the public service, make available human and other resources to enable the Ombudsman to perform his or her duties and functions. Now, the reporting of the Ombudsman is very important. The Ombudsman must report annually to the MEC on the activities of the Ombudsman during the previous financial year, including the number of complaints received and investigated, the number of complaints determined to be manifestly frivolous or vexatious under Section 17(1), the outcomes of investigations into the complaints, and the recommendations regarding the investigated complaints. The Ombudsman must report to the MEC on his or her activities in terms of this Act, and when requested to do so by the MEC. The MEC must table the report contemplated in subsection 1 to the Provincial Legislature. And of course, the independence and impartiality of the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman and staff members of the Ombudsman must serve independently and impartially and must perform their functions in good faith and without fear, favor, bias, or prejudice subject to the Constitution and the law. The Ombudsman and staff members of the Ombudsman must preserve confidentiality in respect of any information acquired in terms of this Act. And then it speaks, of course, to the functions of the Ombudsman, and which speaks to the fact that the Ombudsman must receive and investigate complaints submitted in terms of Section 16 regarding inefficiency of the police or a breakdown in relations between the police and any community, and perform the other functions assigned to him or her under this Act. The Ombudsman may initiate an investigation into any matter regarding inefficiency of the police or a breakdown in relations between the police and any community. It then also speaks to the submitting of such complaints. And of course, it speaks to investigations by the Ombudsman and how the Ombudsman has to report on these issues. And it also speaks to the powers and the functions of officers within the Ombudsman's sphere of responsibility. Here's another aspect that improves and enhances oversight over the police. And that is that this Act speaks to the reporting by the Provincial Commissioner. In order for the MEC to oversee the effectiveness and efficiency of the police services and to monitor police conduct, the Provincial Commissioner must, within and in respect of the period prescribed, report in writing to the MEC on the following matters with regard to the South African Police Service. And this is important: the number of firearms issued to police officials which have been lost or stolen, and the circumstances under which they have been lost or stolen, the number of persons arrested by the police services, the number of cases related to these arrests and that have been referred to court, the number of these cases that have been prosecuted, and the number of convictions in respect of these cases. So what it does is it in fact speaks to a lot of issues that the police do not report to the MEC's office presently, nor to the legislature, which improves the oversight that this legislature will have, as well as the MEC will have, over the police services. And then, of course, it also speaks to the issue of the loss of confidence in the Provincial Commissioner, which is already covered within the Act itself, the Police Act itself, but it just enhances and strengthens the hand of the province in being able to hold the Provincial Commissioner to account. And then it speaks to, of course, the reporting by executive heads of municipal police services. We have seen that we have municipal services in the province, and having served on this committee for quite a while, that the Metro Police do not respond and report as they should in terms of the Police Act. Here it just strengthens the hand of the legislature as such to ensure that the Metro Police are also held to account in terms of what needs to be done. So, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I believe that this bill speaks comprehensively to how we can enhance the functioning of the police, and also ensure that we have the necessary tools in hand to hold the SAP to account. And therefore, I would plead with this House that we have the responsibility, of course, to ensure that Gauteng is relieved of the scourge of crime. We are fully aware of the fact that not one of us is immune to the vice like grip that crime has exerted on this province. And we have recently lost one of our own colleagues to the senior scourge plaguing our province. The late Honorable Mapiti Matsena succumbed to a vital attack in his own home in Tshwane. And the Honorable Matsena was passionate about safety and the well-being of our residents. And it is a cruel irony that his life was needlessly taken by the very scourge he sought to eradicate. For the Honorable Matsena, for our loved ones who have been taken from us, for the thousands of residents of Gauteng who are afflicted by crime, I implore this House to support this bill. In doing so, we will give expression to our efforts to curb crime through smarter policing, meaningful interaction with communities, and holding those who are tasked with these functions accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the detailed presentation. This is not really for debate, but it will be referred accordingly to the office of the Speaker, and it will be taken from there. Now, I don't have any option but to move to the last item, which is closure. The next sitting, it will be on Tuesday, the 25th of August, 2020. And this brings the adjournment of this House. And then thank you very much. The House is adjourned.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.